Hey, party people. Sorry I'm late, y'all. It has been quite the day. So I am finally here, guys. Sorry for the delay. We're going to get into the countdown. Vrishika, I don't know. You can be added to the list. I think there's still room for you on the list. Hey, Shruti, I don't know if you guys are still in the room, but we are about to go and chop it up now. And see what's on the cards for you guys tonight. We're going to go and get started with the countdown and dive into the show, y'all. Bear with me, okay? Woo! Let's do it.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. Sorry, y'all. I was just saying apologies for my tardiness. It has been quite the day. I was definitely just trying to get back in here for y'all. But we moved, right? We managed to get it done. A little bit behind schedule, but here we are. Yes, Shaylee. Hey to see you. Nice to see you, beautiful. Hey, Angelic. Hey, y'all. We're going to dive in. I don't know what the list is saying. Let me see if I can find the list. I don't know who's actually in the room. Let's see. Where's the list? Oh, Abhay just threw out the question. They were like, couldn't attend your last session, making sure to be here and get clarity about some stuff. Oh, that's what's up, Abhay. Hopefully you join us and you're sort of like back in the room so we can get started with tonight's show. Where are we? Oh, it's okay. Well, I guess that I am perfectly timed for you then, Shaylee. Listen, it's always so funny because like when I get anxious, listen, anxiety is a biatch. So when I get anxious about like timing to sort of get into the space and stuff, and the guys are like, chill out, you never know what needs to sort of take place. It was funny because my lights, so over by my altar over here, you guys can't see it, but the lights started to flicker while I was like having something to eat. So the guys were telling me, okay, it's time. Get yourself together now, girl. I was like, okay, I'm coming. Had to be done, man. Had to be done. The day was interesting today. How are y'all feeling? How's December treating y'all so far? Yes. Tardy for the party. Yes, JD. Tardy for the party, okay? That's what we do. We're good at that, actually. It's a little bit flaky. I try to explain to people, I'm like, look, I can't help it. I'm Pisces. I'm a little bit flaky. I'm working on it, but it's just my natural nature. Okay. Yes, guys. Yes. Right. Yeah, we might have to redo the list. I don't know who's actually here. Is the list gone now? Oh, Mina did the list earlier. I don't know if Mina's like timing's completely different. So I don't know if she's actually here with us. But this was the original list. Let's work through that. I guess whoever's in the room will kind of like go with that and then elaborate on the list. But if we can get a new list out as well to kind of like see who's in the room. Oh, yes. No, I love that. I love that. Listen, we need to kind of like get into the room and see what's going to be happening for this like December. I can tell that December is going to be like, obviously it's like super super connected to the timelines into 2023, and it's like leading into like the first half of 2023. So it's going to be an interesting month to say the least. We are wrapping up 2022 and there's like some excitement in the air. How about you guys? Madhouse? Yes, Charlie. It's definitely that kind of vibe. You can feel it, but it's like you're having to learn how to just adapt to it. Okay? God, like, I don't care. I don't care. Respectfully, I don't care. Get with the times. This is the kind of wave that we're navigating. Figure it out. Figure it out. And it's like, oh, but please, it's so much happening. But yeah, how are you guys doing with that? How are you guys dealing with like I want to say it's a chaotic environment, but I mean it really is just kind of like helping us to ground, like hanging blessings at the minute. It is also helping us to kind of like free up bandwidth as well. Like we're being forced into action on certain things. So the planets, yeah, sorry. The planets are going to be doing some crazy stuff next year. They are, but if we can actually like, as people, as a collective, like if we can utilize these waves that we're about to experience in 2023, like there's so much optimizing that can happen. Oh my God, it's gonna be intense. Which is an understatement. Mark my words. Me saying that it's going to be intense is an understatement because there's going to be like so much happening, like so much happening. But it's all for the great good, guys. Let's remind ourselves of that part. Yes. No, you are added to the list, Ash. Where's my moon and rising? So my moon's in Capricorn and my rising is Virgo, which is so odd because like obviously that's a complete opposite, I guess, to Pisces. But it's interesting because I've been sort of navigating through my ascendant kind of going through like an expansion. So how people are perceiving me, I feel like that's aligning a little bit better. I feel like I'm kind of like, aligning different parts of myself in a much better way for people to be able to. My moon and rising of Virgo. Interesting. Okay. That's what's up. I feel like sometimes sometimes I have to, the Virgo rising's like useful like for a Pisces. I think like that's a really really good aspect of self to have. My Venus, I think I've got it on my chart. My Venus, I think, is actually in Sagittarius, which is interesting actually. I'm like, okay, I get it. Yeah, it's interesting but awesome. You're absolutely right there, Capricorn moon. Sometimes I have to tell people I don't mean to be stern or hard. I just don't feel the same way that you do. And it's interesting because my sensitivity levels are just weird. Like I'm sensitive about random stuff and then not so sensitive about really big stuff, to be fair. Like I get the brunt of it, but yeah. And yes, Venus in Sag. Oh, that's what's up, Marina. Venus in Sag. That's what's up. It's a very interesting it's a very interesting sort of like driving force and component. But yeah. Yes. Okay. Hey, Samantha. Lovely to have you in the room. Beautiful. Oh, Ash. 6. Okay, we've got Ash number 1 on the list. We had like 6 people sort of on that initial list, but obviously I don't know where the list is at the minute. Venus is in Aquarius. Okay. That's what's up. Hey, Kay. Hey, beautiful. Okay. We were just talking about like the preparations for 2023 because we know it's about to be like some BS, but we're going to make the best of refining the reality that we're given. Do you know what I mean? All the stuff that we're manifesting, just trying to We're gonna chop it up, guys. We're gonna chop it up. Look, I'm ready to dive into it. I'm ready to kind of see what the guys are saying. Hey, Shruti, good to know that you're still here. We've got Ash 13 still in the building. Don't know if Mina's still here. Smoradina, I saw Smoradina. Oh, 48%. Oh, that just made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, girl. I'm sorry. 48% water, Pisces and Scorpio. Oh, intense. Dang. I think you can be added to the list, Natalia. Can we get a new list going, guys? Let's see who's actually sort of in the room and kind of Abhay's here as well. That's what's up, because they put, yes, thank you for showing up, Abhay. We're gonna sort of go and dive into it. Oh yeah, I love astrology too, man. I feel like it's a little hack. I'm like, oh, I'm like, you don't understand. Oh, there's so much going on in my chart at the minute. I'm trying my best, but there's so many aspects of my personality, like projecting all at once. I'm trying to refine and align, guys. It's definitely interesting, but we're gonna go. Okay, so we've got Ash 13, Samantha's here. Okay, Mina's not here. Angelic Love, we don't know if they're here as well, but Smaradina's here, and Shruti's here as well, because Shruti said that she's here as well from earlier. So we're gonna see if Mina and Angelic Love sort of pops in. And we're gonna go and chop it out, guys. Ash, lay it on me. Lay it on me. Let's see. Oh, I didn't bring water to the table today. We'll go with. Not really my fave, but hey. Let's dive into it, guys. Let's see what the damn, there's gonna be so much going on. It's gonna be interesting, guys. Oh. Anil's True Fit. Thank you, Charlie. That's what's up. Right? I prefer water. Thank you. I'm gonna do that quickly. I'm gonna be back, y'all. All right, guys. There we go. Definitely. Abhay, yes. Abhay, definitely. I do need it. And I didn't really want to have fizz per se. Right. Let's do this, y'all. Much better. Okay, that's what's up. List is closed. That's it. We've got our list, guys. We're going to be working with that because I have to also make sure that my energy is on point. I've been giving a lot of my energy to this space recently, so I've been having to sleep a lot. The next day to just kind of like regroup and ground, right? Calling back all of my energy, because sometimes it's more intense than I anticipate to sort of come into these spaces, and pieces of myself gets fragmented, and I have to kind of like sleep and go wandering for my soul out in these places in the astral realm, which is interesting sometimes. Okay, so okay, Abhay, yeah, Abhay. He did ping earlier in the beginning. I hear you on that. So is mine, but I wasn't comfortable like having reality and experiencing like reality in that context. So it was tricky. It was tricky. Okay, I'm gonna get Ash's question. Ash, we're gonna dive into your stuff, boo. Okay, Anil's true feelings and intentions towards Ash, guys. We want to know Anil's true feelings and intentions towards Ash. Let's start with the feelings. What are Anil's true feelings? Okay, thank you. Oh, interesting. Oh, some name right in the milk. Oh, it's interesting. His feelings, there's he's not being all the way truthful and honest about certain things. I don't know if you guys as well have navigated some or currently sort of navigating through some betrayal in this sort of situation, but it just feels like something ain't right in the milk. So the feelings, I think they're trying to be stealthy about how they navigate their feelings towards you in the situation. I don't think that they're being completely honest about their feelings. They're kind of probably holding back a little bit. Yeah. Oh. Sorry, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm like, somewhere right in the milk, man. Clarify, guys. Talk to me about this energy that's here. What's this about? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm like receiving it. Bear with me. Okay. And elaborate on this for me then. In what context? Okay. Got you. This is a whole lot. Dang, y'all. It's a whole lot story, isn't it? I know y'all gonna tell me the tea, right? Sorry. I'm just getting all my stuff. Hey, Kayla. It has been a minute, girl. Lovely to see you, though, beautiful. Lovely to see you. Okay, Ash, I'm gonna sit with it and see what they're saying. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is a situation, right? They're holding back to be able to kind of like avoid any conflict on the situation, but I don't think that they actually have the capacity. I'm going to say I don't feel like they have the capacity to pursue anything with you romantically. I don't think that they are available physically, emotionally, or spiritually, like actually available to the capacity that you want, per se. It feels like they're kind of like saying things that they think that you want to hear to be able to get around situations. Basically, that's kind of the thing. And then they're kind of like tying themselves up in these types of situations with you where they're saying things that they don't really actually fully mean, to be fair. And it's just as a way to be able to kind of just avoid the situation being like something that they actually have to be responsible basically for, like your feelings in the situation, how they treat your feelings and how they manage your feelings in the situation, right? They're kind of like avoiding that level of responsibility with the situation. I can see that they're kind of going through their own stuff as far as like family situations and dynamics. I do feel like they're not speaking up. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to the situation. I know that you guys are kind of like, they're personally navigating through feelings of like setbacks with the situation, like certain, I guess, transitions that you guys are supposed to be having. Can I ask, is there like an ending of a situation that's kind of supposed to be closing or has closed out? Clarify that to me, because there seems to be something that's kind of there but not there. I don't know how to put it. That question's for you, Ash. As far as like an ex potentially on their side, because it seems like their situation is just a little bit complicated. So we won't see what's the kind of hold up here, because they seem to be, their actions aren't necessarily aligning with their words. And I think that that's because they're not being entirely honest about where they really are with their situation and circumstances. So that's what I want to clarify, as far as maybe an ex situation that's kind of, yes, we broke up last year and we only started talking a few months ago. Yeah. What was the breakup about? Oh, if you don't mind me asking, by the way, what was the breakup about? Because I can see that there's still things that they need to. I don't know if he's still dealing with someone else. I think that during the downtime, from what I can see, during the downtime, other activities developed, because that's how they're giving it to me. Other activities developed. So I think that aspect of it, it's kind of like a bit of a juggling act, and prioritizing is kind of what he's navigating through. I think this is what I'll say to you. This is the real tea, right? This is the real tea. Because I sent him a gift with one of his employees. Yeah, so this is the real aspect of the situation. Oh, he got upset. Okay. Yeah. I think that there's more developments to the situation than you know about. I think that they went out there and realized that that's probably a safe space for them, and also like familiarity breeds content. So it's one of those things where when you come out of a familiar environment and go into unfamiliar territory, sometimes you might get another level of appreciation, right, for your familiar territory. And I feel like there was a certain realization that he kind of went through during the process of you guys' separation. However, I think during that time as well, he did engage in getting to know other people, and I feel like there's potentially a door or two. I think that there's a friendship that has been able to sort of like be developed. It's like, oh, can we try and see if like this could be something romantic? No, not romantic, but we've gathered a friendship out of the situation. So there's one of those types of situations, and then there's one of the, is this a thing? Can we make this a thing? There's an attraction, but I don't know how well we actually like mesh together. Like, are we compatible in certain ways? And I think like going through those processes as well kind of like gave him some clarity, I guess, in terms of you guys' compatibility. But at the same time, I feel like, there's some stuff that's going on. I think that, I'm gonna say this, I think that he feels strongly towards you. He does feel a soulmate connection towards you, but I think shit got messy during the separation. I can't lie. I just have to like, it got messy during the separation because I think that they panicked initially. Like from what I'm saying, like he panicked initially, like being out here in the streets, not necessarily like knowing how to navigate that situation. I felt like they ran like into these types of situations. I feel like codependency was a thing. So like when the separation happened, the anxiety sort of like was heightened, right? And then this anxious attachment style, and it was like codependently trying to attach to, you know, a situation to kind of like create that element of comfort, right? And from that place is where all this mess came from. I think he then created a little bit of a mess with the situation, but I think that there's genuinely a realization that this connection really had great potential. Yeah, that part, right? Because you know who you're dealing with. You know who you're dealing with. That's one thing, right? But yeah, I think that's and it's so unfortunate as well because now he's like having to go through the whole cleanup of it all. He's been more nice to me lately, and I'm trying to figure out why. Well, let's go to his intentions on that note, okay? Let's go to Anil's intentions, guys. Tell me, what's his intentions towards, like, Ash with this situation? Because, like, homeboy just got stuff messy. Damn. Okay. What's Anil's intentions towards Ash? Oh, come on, guys. Don't tickle me. What's his intentions towards Ash? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay. I know it feels nice, but can he really though? Can he really? Come on, y'all. Okay, sorry. Let's. They were like giving me all of these like it feels like the intention. So he's a little bit like in a dreamy state with the situation. There's a lot of wishful thinking that's there. It's almost like a whimsical sort of like romance in his mind as far as like future plans with the situation, right? And they really think and feel highly of you at this point because I think that the separation, like I said, like gave them some realization that you know these streets ain't what you think it is out here, okay? And a good person's hard to find, like an actual good person where you can connect with on your non-negotiables. Like certain levels are just non-negotiables. Like I need a person to be able to stimulate me intellectually, for instance. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, there might be an attraction there, but the conversation is lacking, you know. And I think in sort of like being in these types of situations and coming to the realization that, do you know what, this was actually like a lot easier than I gave it credit for then. I just wasn't prepared to do the work to make it easy in the areas that I knew that I could have been doing more. And I think that realization is what's brought Anil's little ass back around. But it's interesting because now he's kind of like in a hangman experience, right? Where there's all these restrictions that he's then created for himself with the situation, right? But yeah, the plan is like to be able to see where things can potentially go with you with the situation. But listen, something ain't clean in the milk, okay? Yes, the grass isn't greener on the other side. And I think that like now he realized that there are things that he could have been doing. Like there were little things that he could have been doing. There were things that you were asking for that he just wasn't delivering on. He didn't necessarily, you know, when you get into a situation where you get comfortable, right? You get so comfortable that you stop working. Like you kind of like keep this this consistent level, right? Which actually makes it inconsistent because as time goes on, the levels actually have to excel, right? In order for you to be on the level at that time, because that's what happens, right? But I think in being in the mode of separation, what had happened is that I guess he realized that there were little things that he could have been doing, like just small things that he could have been doing to kind of like just prioritize the situation more, to make you feel a little bit more appreciated. I think your absence spoke volumes. Okay, I think your absence spoke volumes, definitely like ringing in his ears, as far as like thoughts, and like the heart space was all off and stuff, and he just created a mess, but he's trying to figure it out. It's not clear. I'm gonna like definitely tell you that much. It's not clear. Yeah, but I'm telling you, like, listen, because they're showing me like his whole sitch with the whole situation, where his mind was at, where his heart was at, what he was doing, dragging himself into these situations, like this codependent wound just started to flare up, and that's what created all of this mess. So that's something that y'all are going to have to work with as well, like in getting back into the space in this situation, because that codependent wound can create chaos, as you see in terms of this situation. I know he's keeping the shit to himself for now, but that's because there's fear that, I guess, if you know like the severity of the situation, you might not want to help clean it up, or you might not be patient enough for him to be able to clean it up. So he's kind of like figuring out how to be able to like sort it out himself, I guess. So yeah, the choice is yours. I'm gonna pull some angelic guidance. What's our guidance for Ash? What do you guys advise Ash to do with this situation with the nail, guys? Come on, guys, tell me. Thank you. Oh, let's see. Okay. Interesting, guys. Okay. Okay. So the guidance for you on the situation is that you guys are actually on this path of recovery. You guys, the relationship hasn't necessarily been recovered just yet. The foundations are still shaky, to say the least, because there's still some murkiness in the air, right? There's still some deception, and as these things, because they will come, they will come to surface. What's in the dark will come to light. So as you grow into awareness of all of these things that are kind of like going on behind the scenes, I guess it's a case of listening to your intuition. Like, the situation has the potential to be everything that you were praying for before the separation happened, because I think that he definitely like learned some lessons. I'll say that much. He definitely learned some lessons. But at the same time, in learning those lessons, or the cost that it took to learn those lessons, created some situations that actually has to sort of be cleaned up all the way. Right. So this is like a regretful part of the situation that he's kind of like dealing with, but at the same time he knows that it's necessary to be able to clear space for you guys to be able to move forward, right? Okay, sorry, I'm like getting messages through. I understand with the trust issues, that's probably why you manifested Anil to validate such trust issues, but it doesn't necessarily mean that even if that's a wound that you're constantly sort of like healing from and stuff like that, whatever it is that sort of like broke your trust initially to kind of like get you down this place of, what I find with trust issues, when I have trust issues with people, it's kind of like how much I trust myself, because it's more of an internal projection, right? That's kind of like reflecting externally. So whenever I have trust issues with people, I'm like, okay, how authentic am I sort of like representing myself in the situation? Because however I show up, they're going to mirror me first and foremost in the situation for the most part, right? But then also, do I trust my judgment? Do I trust the way that I'm handling certain situations? Do I trust the way that I'm making decisions? Am I being forthright in terms of vocalizing what it is that I really actually want, or am I being considerate? You know, am I sort of treating others the way that I want to be treated? All that good stuff, right? So when you're sort of like navigating through situations like, you know, you have a wound that's around trust basically being deteriorated, you will sort of like, you know, get opportunities. I'll put it like that, get opportunities, because that's what it is. It's like an opportunity for you to kind of like build on that, right? And the universe is kind of trying to strengthen you in that area. So it's no longer sort of like a weakness for you to sort of navigate, so that you can sort of like make use of what was once a wound, right? But yeah, the guidance for you on the situation is that as things kind of progressively move forward, listen to your intuition. You guys are on the path to recovery, but the recovery isn't stable just yet. You guys aren't necessarily there, but there is ever the opportunity for you guys to really actually like cultivate something beautiful, provided that they're willing to actually. Oh, me too, Shirley. Provided that they're willing to actually sort of like come forward about certain things. I think that there's definitely going to be insight that's dropped to you anyways, on certain things as the weeks kind of like progress. But yeah. Okay. So that is it for you, my love. I hope that was useful for you, because we unpacked quite a bit. I feel like they just opened his files and just kind of like laid him bare. But I guess you needed to know. You really needed to know. So here we are. Okay, who do we have on the list next? I do hope that was useful for you, then, my love. Okay, we've got Samantha. So the list is here. We've got Samantha next, and I think that you did pop your question out there as well. Thank you, Chaley. All good, Ash. Thank you for stopping in and sharing with us. That's what's up. Okay. Will Antonio contact back, and does he regret? Okay, I'm glad that it was useful for you, my love. I'm glad. Yeah. Interesting. It was interesting. Okay. So, Antonio, what do you see happening in terms of communication from... Oh, that's what's up, Chaley. Thank you. I appreciate you, beautiful. Okay, so, hey, Ariana. I think the list was closed, beautiful. I think the list was closed. I don't know if Mina is present, and I don't know if Angelic Love is present. Yeah. So I guess if they're not necessarily in the room, check back in later. Check back in later and see. Okay, because if they obviously miss their opportunity, then there's 2 slots open. We'll see how the universe works it tonight. Okay, my love. Okay. Right. Okay, Angelic is here. She's putting it out there. She's here. Okay. Mina, you here, beautiful? I know Mina's time difference is crazy, so Mina might be sleeping. Okay. That's what's up. Okay. Antonio, what do you see as far as the communication with them and Samantha? How do you see that playing out? Firstly, let's start with that. How do you see the communication between them playing out moving forward? Antonio and Samantha. Come on. Come on, let me know. How do you see it? Yeah, it feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that kind of energy. It does feel like a lot of holding back. Okay. Oh, interesting. I didn't see. Oh. Sorry. I'm very animated, right? And it's so funny because sometimes I forget that you guys are actually there, like watching me as I'm like going through these little episodes of like receiving this stuff, because like my reaction really is just what my reaction is, isn't it? But yeah. Okay, 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 okay. Mm, interesting. Interesting. Okay. So do you see them sort of coming back to make first contact? Because it seems like that's okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So the situation is going to be an ongoing situation. Firstly, let's start there. Like this unfolds over the course of the next few months. Yeah, I don't know if Mina's here. I don't think that Mina's present. Hey, Supreme. I am, but the free list is now closed, my love. Am I back? Because uh, I literally just had the conversation today about letting somebody know about where I am on my journey of survival as well, Chaley. Literally, I was like having a conversation with my partner. I'm like, look, that's where I'm at. I'm like trying to like exceed this little like limitation here, but that's just kind of where I'm at. Dang. But yeah, with the situation, Sam. So what I'm seeing is that the situation is going to be playing out over the course of the next few months. I do think that there's going to be communication. I do feel like for the time being, it is going to be a case of like being left thinking, oh, yeah, there's definitely going to be like some anger in the I'm gonna say this because it feels like, so this is what I'm feeling with the situation. I don't know like if there was like a serious breakdown in the communication, because it feels like harsh words have been exchanged, and it feels like there's some residual anger with the situation, right? And I think that I feel like the universe and God is giving you guys some time to actually sort of like navigate through that first before you actually you know move to the next step or the next stage of anything, right? The universe is graciously giving you guys some time to be able to navigate through some of these things in the meantime, right? In between time. And they're saying sort of like remain positive in terms of the the dynamics that you guys are kind of navigating through now, because the communication will actually pick up. It's just, I think that there's some hesitancy in terms of actually walking away from the situation. But there's still a lot of anger. There's still a lot of mixed feelings on the situation. There's still a lot of blocked emotions, period. Because I feel like, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, let's go to the question of regret. Let's go to the question of regret. Okay, I'm going to go with a different deck for that. They're saying to go with the energy oracle. We're going to dive into that, right? We're going to dive into that and see. Okay. Regrets. Does he regret? Like, what's his feelings on the way that things have played out? Yeah. I know that there's regret, but I want to understand like what are the regrets? You know what I mean? Because people can say that they like have regrets and stuff, but the things that you might think that they regret might not actually be the thing that they regret and the thing that you want them to regret because you know that that's the thing that's going to change their behavior towards you. They don't actually regret that thing. So yeah. Oh, that's so sweet. Yes, there's regrets. And his regret is basically breaking the contract of this connection. Um, oh, he does have regrets. I do see the situation sort of unfolding over the course of the next few months, like I said. So this is something that just kind of like has to play out. I think that you guys need to sort of find a better way at communicating some of the things that you're not necessarily happy about, because I think that that's why the situation escalated in the way that it has done, because for the most part I think that the issues that you guys were navigating through, um like these are relationship stuff, do you know what I mean? um So it's just a case of like figuring out how to navigate through these actual situations when they show up. I do think that they're going through a little bit of torment as well at the minute, tormenting themselves about just all the different aspects of the situation. I think that there's some sadness on his heart. There's some sadness on his heart. He does have regrets. Yeah, I walked away because I found out he was unfaithful and was messed up, and we have a kid, and he stopped in contact after I found out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. God's giving you some time to heal as well. Beautiful. I'm gonna say that because like when they were showing me certain things on the situation they were speaking of, I think he's also angry as well. I think he's angry for being caught. And this is what I was saying as well, Sam. This is what I was saying about, sometimes like what we want people to regret isn't necessarily the thing that they regret. I think he's angry. He's still angry about being caught. I don't know if he's I don't think he's there yet at processing the reality that there couldn't have been anything to be found out about if there wasn't anything that was done inappropriately, right? So I don't think he's gotten to that layer of the processing just yet because he's still busy deflecting, just so that he doesn't have to like sit in the fullness of the responsibility that he actually has of like breaking down the dynamics and basically sabotaging what he really wanted for himself, unfortunately. I do think that, there's a lot of things that aren't necessarily said. I do think, listen, there's a lot of things that you guys are still going to have to like navigate through and talk through. There's a lot of, hurt. I guess he's hurt as well. Yeah, I know. This is why I'm saying that I don't think that he's at the point just yet where he actually accepts responsibility for what he has created. He's just mad at the way that it's done been found out, right? So he's still at that place. And I think the main reason why that is like, I'm going to be looking like a bad guy and this and the other. But it's like, good people do bad things sometimes, to be fair. And when somebody's good at the core, they try their best to rectify their wrong. And I think he's battling with that within himself at the minute. I think that he's struggling with, am I this bad person? Like I did this. And because he doesn't want to own the responsibility of the pain that he's caused, not even just to you, my love, but also to himself, to the family dynamic, to a very comfortable situation that he had going for himself. Like he messed that up for himself. And I think that it just feels easier for him to blame you than to actually kind of like take responsibility, and say, do you know what? I was selfish. I was inconsiderate. I was ignorant to other people's feelings. I did completely neglect my responsibilities. He's not necessarily there yet. What you can do, my love, because this is how they're even giving it to me. What you can do if you want some assistance with this, um, pray on it. But I mean, really pray that he's able to sort of like get some clarity. Like, really pray that God can give him insight into why he actually exhibited these behaviors and why he actually robbed himself of such joy with his own actions. Do you know what I mean? Because I think that he's navigating through questions of that himself as well, but he's not asking the right questions, right? He's not asking the right questions because he's in this place of sorrow. Yes, guys, I know. Hear you. I know. Sorry. That's over by my altar. I don't know if you guys can see, but the light's just flickering. They're chatting. They're chatting. But they concur, okay? It's just one of those situations. I think that he is struggling with actually the fact that he is responsible for breaking all his own shit down. So yeah, you guys are still gonna have to like navigate through this situation over the course of the next few months. So this isn't like an end of a chapter or anything like that. Once he can get around to the thought of accepting that he did do these things, and once you're actually, do you know what's funny? God won't let him back in until your anger has dissipated to a certain degree. That's interesting, because it's not even that. It's not even that. You know, yes, he deserves to be able to kind of like not necessarily be punished, but actions have consequences. He deserves the consequences of receiving the ramifications of his actions, right? But again, the delivery is everything and time is everything on that. So I believe that the universe, God, the guys are working actively at the minute to kind of like keep this boundary of separation between you guys so that you can get your anger to a certain degree where it can articulate to be able to educate, so that he can learn something from the dynamics of that interaction with you, right? Because it's supposed to be life-changing for him as well. But yeah, on that note, remain positive. That's it. That's like the guidance. Remain positive. That the situation's playing out as it needs to for you guys. He definitely has regrets. He wholeheartedly regrets the way that this whole thing's panning out at the minute. So yeah, just stay open, right? And work on what you need to work on. Work on your hurt from the situation. Work on forgiveness as well. Because again, like whatever energy you send towards him, your child, the child that you share, your child is connected to his hard drive as well. So your child will also get the offset of that energy as well. So all that good stuff. Okay. I also believe that's another reason why God's making sure that the conversation's timely as well. Right? Because words are powerful, and we're literally living in a time where the words are cutting so deep and it's so drastic in the way that they're like reshaping things. Sometimes God's like putting, when we get hurt, God's like, both of these demons on timeout. Because them coming together, explosive. Okay, explosive at the minute. Yeah, because the child needs it. I think that now isn't necessarily right now. He's actually very broken. I don't know that. Sorry, like he really is like. There's something that's shifted at the core of his being at the minute. Something's shifted. Like I can feel it in the presence of him, right? So it's not necessarily the right time per se for him to be present. But yeah, divine timing that will unravel itself for you guys, because I think he's willing to actually like get back to a better place. He's just he's fragmented. He's wandering at the minute. He's off in a place of wonder at the minute, trying to find self, because he's lost the whole like identification, like self ID has been like disreferenced. Like he no longer references and identifies with the old person that he thought that he was, and this new person, he's struggling to adjust to who that individual is, because that individual caused such destruction and demise to get him to that place, right? It's a lot for him to process at the minute. So just give him some time. Some breathing space is needed for him, which will also be a great benefit to the child long term as well. That's what they're saying with the situation. Hey, Amanda. The list is closed, my love. It's okay, Sam. It's okay. Thank you for joining us, my love. And thank you for sharing with us. Angelic. We're going to move on to Angelic's question, because I know, like, she's put her stuff out there already. Okay. Right. Oh, let's see new comments. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Smaradina. Where are we with the list as well? Let me see. Okay, and then Smaradina. Okay, and then we're gonna, okay, and the list is closed. Yeah, we're gonna, because I seem to be, they're doing like really in-depth like stuff as far as the inside guide. So like 10 is good. Okay, 10 is cool. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so how is V feeling about Joanna and his intentions towards her? Okay, V. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Chaley. Okay. How interesting. Wow. That's just what it is, right? How is V feeling about Joanna? How is V feeling about Joanna? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Interesting. Okay. Clarify for me. Oh, okay. Firstly, oh, thank you guys for being so awesome. Right, so first thing that I'm seeing is that he's kind of like he's at a place where he's growing faith in the relationship. He's growing faith in the relationship. I think he's like at that place where he's like willing to nurture some of the seeds that he's planted in that situation. I don't think he's like fully there where he's like completely like faith filled about the relationship situation. I think there's still some kind of like abstract thoughts and questions and stuff about how things would actually work. But I think that he's at a crossroads of really being able to kind of like, because that has been tested. And they're kind of like going through a process at the minute to kind of like figure that whole situation out. Clarify for me. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Okay. So his feelings towards her is that he's actually sort of getting to know her, I guess, on a deeper level to understand, because some of these abstract thoughts, right? It's like there are aspects of her personality that he's not all the way clear on, like how well that meshes with his own value system. Yeah. And I think that from what I can see with the situation, he's kind of getting to know a little bit more about how they could actually sort of like make some of these situations work better for themselves. I think that there's like some feelings growing there. I think that there's definitely some feelings growing there, interestingly enough. It's a challenge though. I feel like they hmm, they've kind of gone through this situation where they've had to learn how to overcome being like excessively disappointed with each other at like just the most inconvenient times. That's how they're putting it across to me. Like it was all designed as like a timely manner type situation. So all of navigating through all of that has really sort of like tested the faith in the relationship. But I think that they're kind of like willing to give it a good go. They're willing to give it a good go. Let's see. What's his actual intentions towards Joanna? What's his intentions towards Joanna? Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. 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 In what context? Clarify that for me. Justice in what way? What does that look like in terms of his intentions? How does he intend to bring justice? Okay. Oh, okay. 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 So, yeah, I think that his intentions I think that his intentions with the situation is to really, oh, hey, damn, the chat was going down. Sorry. I'm like looking over and I'm seeing that it was going down in the chat whilst I'm out here, sort of like in these streets. Y'all are like deep in the YouTube streets. Yeah, I guess his intention is to really be able to sort of give the relationship a go, right? Try and make a go of things. The chemistry isn't necessarily there in the way that it once was, but he's kind of trying to rekindle that. He's kind of trying to work on being a little bit more reliable, I guess. He's trying to show up a little bit more reliable in this situation. I think he's kind of like embracing the challenge, I guess, of meeting her expectations. I guess it's a good fit for where he's at the minute. I'll say this: I think that the relationship has definitely gone through some stuff, to say the least, and they're kind of going through a process of actually like really getting to know each other all over again and see whether or not it's a situation that's really worth nurturing and cultivating. Um, yeah. Yeah. This is what I see with the situation as well. I think that there's still a lot of passive energy about the situation. Yeah, because there's still some hesitancy about like really actually like committing to the situation per se. but it's kind of like, I want to try. It's not like I know I'm like, in this, but I want to try to be in it and be faithful to it. So, yeah. Yeah, my love. That's what's going on, I guess, in their little dynamic and situation at the minute. They're sort of getting to know each other all over again on a different level, I guess. Life after trauma, right? That part. That part. Okay, life after trauma can be very, very interesting. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, my love. Where are we? Smaradina, are you with us? What is your question, my love? Yes, your turn. Your turn. What's your question? Okay. Let's see what you guys were sort of chopping it up about. Because I totally missed all of that good stuff earlier. Oh, Jaylee, make me laugh. Sorry, I'm like going back to what you guys are sort of talking about in the chat. You guys are funny. Yeah. Hey, Brownie. I think the guys have put it out. The list is closed. Will Billy and I come back together? Oh, okay. Interesting. Let me go over here, actually. How do you see things playing out with Smaradina and Billy? Give us the tea, guys. What's the lowdown? Oh, cute. How do you see things playing out with Smaradina and Billy? Make it clear. Thank you. Okay, that's cute. Okay. Interesting. And the outcome? Oh. Interesting. So what's the end game? Give me the tea, y'all. What's the end game with the situation? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like it's a whole conversation. I'm sorry. We're at the coffee table having a little catch up, guys. Oh. Okay. Okay. So when you come back, What do you guys see? Clarify. Will he come back? Come on, y'all. Give me the tea. Don't be like that. I knew you guys were going to come with a whole story. Dang. Thank you. Okay. I asked for the tea, I guess. Okay. 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 Sorry, Smaradina. I was trying to get all the tea. Okay. So, firstly, with the situation, what I'm seeing is that how it's playing out for you guys is that this is a whole waiting game, right? And it's interesting because the universe has this little design going on to kind of build on you guys' self-love situation, right? On your self-love space and stuff. Because there's a greater purpose, I guess, behind this whole thing that's kind of playing out. It's kind of like learning how to be able to come together, learning how to be able to appreciate your individual needs, learning how to be able to sort of appreciate your partner and be able to vocalize what it is that you need in the situation to also be able to keep yourself sustained, right? So that it's a relationship that's in balance, right? So it's not like falling off to the wayside where it's imbalanced, where one person's getting so much poured into them, thereby depleting the energy of the other individual. So the way that they're showing me with the situation, this isn't something that's going to be playing out in the next few weeks type situation. There's still going to be this stern, assertive sort of energy over the course of the next few weeks. I want to say, oh, okay. So what? Sorry. That just gave me another question. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go and unpack that. So what do you guys see happening beyond that point then? What do y'all see happening? What do you guys see beyond this point? Make it clear. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I don't know that you guys are going to get back together. I don't think it's going to be a romantic situation. This is why I wanted to ask that question that I just asked then as well. To be able to see what happens after that. Because it's kind of so basically the next few weeks is like trial. It's like when people go to court, except we're going to court in spirit. We have these spiritual trials all the time. This is how judgment happens. We talk about judgment day and all that. We're in judgment all the time. Court's happening all the time, especially when certain planets are in retrograde as well. But yeah, so over the course of the next few weeks, I guess there's a trial that's occurring with this situation where there's conflicting feelings back and forth. I guess you're tugging in one direction, but I don't necessarily know that he's on the same page with you on the situation. I think there's definitely a waiting game to the situation, but I don't know that he's going to necessarily be open to something romantically again straight off the bat. I don't know that that would even suit you straight off the bat. I think that it's more a case of building on the friendship. So will there be communication? Come on, guys. Sorry, my bad. So will there be communication again then? Do you see that happening? Okay. So there will be communication. that is going to sort of like take place. But when you guys are both ready, because I think that there's this whole thing of like, I don't know which of you guys have set like this boundary in place of like separation for you guys at the minute, but it almost seems like that person, like in their class of self, right? In their class of self, they're like learning how to exert and exhibit their brave voice, and actually like learning how to be able to assert themselves, learning how to actually be able to like vocalize what it is that they are actually sort of going through at that moment in time. Yeah, see, well, this is a situation. So I don't think it's a thing where it's going to be a romantic type conversation when that does come back round. I think it's more a case of talking along the lines of friendship type dynamic situation, but there will be communication at some point, I guess, when you guys are both ready, I guess. When you guys are both ready, because I feel like they may be the one that's kind of like going through this process of being able to kind of like activate their brave voice, but I don't know if they're using it in the best way. You can tell that they're rusty with this, right? Because they're not necessarily like being tactile with it. They're not being thoughtful and mindful of how, yeah, how that may actually like impact the other person type thing. Not that it's their problem per se, but yeah. Anywho, yes, there'll be communication, but it will be from more of a friendship dynamic. Don't think that they want the situation potentially to kind of like re-evolve into something romantic. But I think that it's a good opportunity for yourself as well to be able to come out of this being, you know, grateful, I guess, grateful for the lessons that you learn in the situation, because I think that that's what they're showing me here with the dynamics. Like, you come out in the situation being so much more sort of like self-sufficient as well, kind of like being disconnected from that situation, because it was, I don't want to say it was a full sense of security, but it almost was a little bit of a facade. It was a bit of a farce, and I think that that was ultimately the trial, like the how can I put it, that was ultimately the judgment on the trial with this person, right? That it was a farce. It was close to feeling like something real and genuine, but their intentions weren't necessarily in the place to be able to cultivate something real and genuine in the same way that you were hoping for. Okay, hence the outcome. Okay, guys. Okay. So yeah, that's it. I ain't got nothing else for you, beautiful. But yeah, they're saying like, yeah, take the lessons that you've learned from the situation. Sometimes you may have a little bit of a tendency to it's not even necessarily like lower your expectations, but also it's like somebody may not necessarily meeting your expectations, and you may settle, and you have to understand that settling means that you put yourself in a position where the outcome of the situation isn't favorable in your regard. Okay, guys. Sorry. Sometimes they just kind of keep me on a reverb. But do you understand what I mean, Smaradina? Well, do you understand what they mean? More importantly, like when you basically put yourself in a position where you settle for less than the expectation, you're going into a contract basically where the contract isn't necessarily in your favor as far as the outcome on that. So this was a great opportunity to show you in point and reference when it comes to romantic situations, how to not how to not settle. Okay, how to not settle. Brownie. Do you know what, Brownie? I'm gonna add you to the list. Persistency gets you places with me, okay? But let this be the last time, okay? It's okay, Jamie. It's okay. Let them get in. And the only reason I'm literally like letting you in, right? Because Brown's my last name, so technically we got some kind of affiliation. So by karmic laws, somewhere in there, I owe you this one, okay? So thank you for coming to collect your karmic due diligence. I will give it to you. That by putting some positive karma in the bank. Oh, that was too funny though. But no, do you grasp what I'm saying there, Smaradina, right? Like, babe, don't do it, right? Don't do it, because the guys are saying, like, moving forward, if you don't do that, you align with a person that is actually a vibrational match, right? Good. I'm glad you got it. And that was the purpose of this situation aligning in the first place. It was a trial, right? It was a trial to see if you were going to bite on the situation where it's basically like underselling yourself. It was undervaluing yourself in the situation, because like you guys' values just didn't necessarily align, and their values were at a lesser vibration in comparison, right? And yeah, you still were kind of like hoping and putting energy and nurturing the situation. They're like, don't. They're like, don't do that. In those types of situations and those types of spaces, it's not worth your time. It's not worth your energy. It's a waste of your time and energy, if anything. And ultimately, it's not favorable for you long term. Okay. Right. Now that that's over, now we've established that karmic contracts are about to be paid up. Who do we have on the list next? What we got going on, guys? Let me see. I hope that was useful for you, Smaradina. Okay. Right. Let's go down and see. It's all good. It's all good. All good, people. Oh, thank you, my love. Thank you. Okay. Shruti, are you still with us? Are you in the building? Let's do it. Oh, that was good water. That was good. Thank you for recommending this, Shaylee. Okay, because I was going to sit here with that bigger and I wasn't even going to drink it because it's like, oh, I don't actually really want that. But this water's going down a treat. Okay. So, Shruti, are you in the building? Are you in the building? Sorry, I can't help myself. There's like a whole like disco vibe going on in my mind. And it's a rave. It's because it's a Saturday night as well. It's going down. Exactly that. Like sometimes like the downloads are coming through and then my vocal cords get like tight and I can't actually even deliver it, so it's not flowing through how they're giving it to me type thing. But yeah. You're absolutely right about that. Shruti, are you in the building, man? You here? Right? I'm telling you, like in my mind, I'm constantly, sometimes I just sit here and have my own little me and all the guys, we just sit here and I'm their I'm their human project. They laugh at me, but I like doing a whole little vibe and show. I go to raves all the time to actually be, yes, 100%. It's so funny, like when I say certain trigger words and then my muscle memory goes into like drive, and then it brings up a track, and I'm like, really? That's the track that you have in reference to that word? Really, Shakima? Really, girl? But it's interesting. Right, Shruti. I don't know if Shruti's in the building because I think it's the same situation with Meena and Shruti. They're located, I think, in Bangladesh. I'm not sure. So yeah. Oh, hell yes. Hell yes. Do you know what? I think 17th, my sister, her birthday is about to, that's my sister's, girl, the stars have aligned for both of us. That's my little sister's 18th birthday party jam. Okay, so we both gonna be raving it down. That's a vibe. I love that. Oh, we did add you. We did add you. Don't worry, Brownie. Don't worry. I'm sorry. Oh, hush, Brownie. Don't worry. It's okay. You're on the list. Look, me and Shaylee was out here vibing, raving it up, but you're on the list. Don't worry. I don't think Shruti's here because Meena and Shruti are in the same, well, similar locations. They're friends. So I think Shruti may not also be here as well. So interestingly enough, I think you've actually taken Shruti's place, Brownie. So that's what's up. I guess God has, he done some universal maths and move this one and take this one here and put this one over here, and yeah. Yes, girl, I get to party like I'm 18, right? They're gonna give me so much jokes. I'm telling you. I know they're an interesting generation, right? They're very shallow, fickle as hell. Not necessarily the smartest apples in the bunch, but I love them. Honestly, they're such characters. They are such characters. I'm like, oh, I get it. You guys tickle me. Right. So Shruti's not in the building. Chaley, it's your turn, girl. It's your turn. I don't think Shruti's in the building. I think Shruti has the same issue where the time difference is too different. So yeah. Yeah. We're gonna go to Shruti, and then we've got KT, Natalia, Ape, Ariana, and lastly but not least, Brownie. Okay, so we managed to sort of like keep the list in a good little state for the most part. Okay, well, okay. I of course want to ask about Alex. However, I'm not going to do that. That's like me. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna see how that plays out. Let me look and see about my actual thing. Can I please just have an energy check and whatever I need to hear? Oh, listen, guys, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it for real though. General, what do you guys sort of need for Chaley to know at the minute? What y'all need her to know, guys? Because you go over there, you go whisper in her ear as well anyways, isn't it? So what do you guys need her to know at the minute? Not just for the minute, but you know what I mean. Come on, guys, don't be like that. I'm asking the question precisely. Give me a second. Give me a second, everybody. Okay. All right. So let me. Okay. Now, give me some clarity. Clarify that card for me, please. Thank you. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think they're talking to you about Alex anyways, girl. Oh, it's interesting. So it's so funny, right? Because they're showing like oh, this is a situation. It's so funny. They're saying, right, with the situation that you guys are sort of like navigating through. It's so funny. It is so funny. Let me show you. Let me show you, because this is the thing. A big part of your life, I guess, is Alex. Because they put it up. Hold on, let me let me go to the question. Where is it? There we go. Let me put the question up. There we go. Right. Oh, Mina. Mina. It's okay. It's okay, beautiful. It's okay. You probably have to sort of, hey, beautiful. Hey, I was literally saying, you guys, you and Shruti, because it was Shruti's go just now before Charlie as well. I was saying that because you guys are sort of like in similar sort of time zones. You guys probably, yeah, you did. You did, beautiful. If you stick around, I know you're probably going to drift off to sleep, so I wouldn't even recommend it. To be honest, because you need your beauty rest. You know, you need your beauty rest. But tomorrow's another day. You know, next week's another week. I think it's because I went live at 10 as well. I think Chaley needed the starting at 10. I needed the starting at 10 clearly, but that aligned there with her situation as well. I'm done with sleep now. Oh, you're funny. We was literally just out here as well, like just getting the vibes high, you know, just like lifting the vibrations. We were definitely sort of like getting out there, but yeah. Situation with Mr. Man, Alex. It's so funny, right? Because that's what we were trying to get away from. Sorry though, Mina. Stick around though. If you are up at the end, we'll see. Okay. So they're saying that this is an interesting situation that you guys I can wait till the end if you have time and energy. Otherwise, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Stick around, right? And we'll see. So the way that they're showing me with this situation is that this situation in general is a very sensitive situation, right? They're like, this isn't necessarily a situation where it's like absence of time and physical interaction and connection makes the heart grow fonder, right? It's not that kind of situation or dynamic at the minute. If anything, it's more of a case of absence is growing contentment in its place. It's like there's a growing contentment of being okay with separation, being okay with disconnect, being okay with isolation, if you will. And they're saying in this particular situation, like this dynamic that you guys are sort of like navigating through is deeper than something where it's like time heals this wound. It's deeper than that. Time, it's beyond time. Like this situation that you guys are navigating, and they're showing me more so on his part, which is interesting. That's probably why they brought it up, because he's probably out there like sorry, I shouldn't laugh. You know, like his demons are flaring up and stuff, and you know, it's kind of like because you knew how to be able to sort of like handle him and navigate they've actually, the demons as well, have actually become quite accustomed, I guess, to the way in which you're able to sort of like keep them in line type thing. Because for the most part, and not all demons want to grow, some demons are very like against growth, but he has some supportive elements, I guess, of his shadows that are for his growth. And I think that those pieces of himself had been nurtured by you, right? And they're kind of, how can I put it? Like the positive words of affirmations and encouragement that you have given him over time is what had planted those seeds, which gave those shadows within himself hope, I guess, and those pieces and fragments of himself feels, oh, they're giving me Robin Thicke. Lost. Listen, I ain't even gonna break out into tune, but lost without you type thing, right? Robin Thicke. We had a year of no contact. He was with other chick though. I suppose she was a distraction. Yeah. Hey, Jasmine. Thank you for joining us, beautiful. Oh, why am I gonna break your heart, beautiful? Why am I gonna break your heart? Honestly, it's just one of those things. Like, it's interesting because like that's what it is. That's what it was, and I think that that's ultimately actually one of the things that kind of like reverted him back into a space. Like in other spaces, he doesn't necessarily have the potential to grow in the same way. I'm not going to say as much, to grow in the same way. I think that you nurture his self-belief in a way that puts him in control of the power of it, which in other situations, it almost feels like the center focus is meeting other people's expectations so that he can be validated and feeling needed and feeling wanted and feeling like he deserves to be needed and wanted type thing, right? And it's interesting. It's interesting because I feel like, yeah, that's one of the things that kind of calls him back around. Is it's interesting. It's literally that it's showing to me that it's kind of like when a planet goes retrograde, it's like he's taking steps forward, but it's almost like the stars have just shifted and the universe is kind of going in through this retrograde motion where it's bringing him back to the place of optimal growth. And in most cases, that situation was pretty much in that area with yourself, right? Okay, so I get it. They ain't had any contact for a minute. Like, he's just kind of getting on with the get on. So what's the point? Why does she need to hear all of this? We asked for a general on what she needs to hear. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Jasmine, beautiful. The list is actually closed. The free list is closed. If you want to stick around to the end, I'm not sure if I will have the energy or the guides are open to continuing to utilize me as a conduit. I don't know. We'll just have to see, unfortunately, my love, because we usually sort of have 10 people and then we go on to a donation list. Okay, so what they're showing, because yeah, you can tune in next week and get here early if you want to sort of be added to the list, because the list generally gets like filled pretty quickly, to be honest, and it changes as well. It's all good. It's all good, my love. Yeah, I know he's probably being hard on himself for what he did to. Yeah, definitely that. Definitely that. I think that he's struggling himself with the situation. Okay. Sorry. Like, I'm very animated, guys. I'm not gonna keep apologizing for who I am, but I'm gonna apologize if anybody is like, why is she just randomly sat there on the screen doing that? I forget sometimes that you guys are actually here. Like, whilst I'm doing these things, even though I'm here doing these things with you guys, I'm just like playing out my natural self, right? So this is what they said, beautiful, right? They said the reason why you needed to know the situation is because he's not doing as great as he might be letting on that he's under financial constraints with the situation. So he's definitely like dealing with money spirit that's just consuming. And this is, again, these were areas that you could help him strategize as well, because this is an area that is a weakness for him. He's not as, adaptable when it comes to like being able to have good money management, right? So he's going through some financial sort of constraints at the minute, and he's also realizing that walking away from the situation, like with you, isn't necessarily like a door to any value. Like he's literally just like locked himself out there, and I'm sorry, I'm not even considering it. It's like, when you get so angry, like you storm out of a room, but really, you really need to go back into that room and actually like go and finish that conversation like in a respectful manner, because the conversation's inevitable. But yeah. Yes, that's it. Beautiful. That is it. Like this is where he would need you. This is where he would need you, because he's like, this is the thing. He has and it's interesting, right? Because this contract that he has with this like money spirit, that's just kind of like sucking all of his money, like all of his monetary sort of deposits and composites through. This is something that it's a generational one, this money spirit, this money force. And you are good at being able to kind of like helping him to be able to kind of like balance, because he doesn't necessarily know how to balance work and play. Do you see what I'm saying? Like sometimes his prioritizing isn't necessarily the best. So that's what you were a good point of reference for, basically, because sometimes he would want to like, not necessarily focus on the responsibilities as a first priority. He would want to focus more so on the frivolous stuff in life, right? Yep, teaching him a lesson. He was making $30 an hour when we were together. Yes, yes. Sorry, he's definitely going through it. He going through it. Because they're telling me like it's hard times, man. It's hard times. Like he's struggling. Okay. And yeah, he's kind of like doing this. He's doing this. Oh, I'm good. I don't need her. I can do it by myself. No, you can't. No, you better back up. You can't do it. He can't do it, girl. He can't do it. But I think the universe is showing him. The universe is showing him. Okay. Yeah. Well, he's navigating through a situation right now where his situation as far as finances is not in the best of place. That was his plan. He is going back to his old job and going to travel again. Nuh-uh. That was the plan. The execution hasn't necessarily been the best. Yeah, he's navigating through some financial constraints with the situation, and walking away and pretending like he's going to be fine, walking away and everything's going to be good. It's a no. It's a no. This is all just like magician and the mirror type stuff, like, oh, this is what I have going on, but really this is my situation, really, and it's vibrating at this frequency, but I'm gonna show you like I'm vibrating up here and this is my reality and all of that good stuff. So they need you to know, okay? They need you to know that he's not as good as he is letting on, by even continuing to perpetuate this separation and disconnect. He's very emotionally fueled when he makes decisions as well. So if he's in a bad place with one thing, he has a tendency to kind of like, how can I put it? sabotage in other areas. Do you see what I'm saying? So when like one thing sort of like comes crashing down, there's other areas where he starts to sabotage as well, as a way to be able to kind of like, you know, I think sometimes it's hard for us as people to be able to compartmentalize our feelings when we're doing good in one area, but there may be other areas that are sort of lacking. And I think as a way for him to be able to deal with, I guess, things not necessarily going in the way that one had hoped. Okay, moon's in Aries. Okay. That makes sense as well. Okay. I have no idea. I literally can't find anything out about him. Just what I feel. Oh, intense. Oh, sorry. I was like looking his charts like 40% water as well. That's intense. But yeah, they need you to know that he's not necessarily doing good. Time does not heal this wound, so he may be back. Okay. Basically. He may be back and they may be shooting him round your way so that he can actually, work through some of these things properly. Interestingly enough. What's the guidance then? What's the guidance for Chaley with the situation? Hey, Mystic Lena. Okay, you guys are handling it. Donations are open. You guys are handling it well. Thank you guys. Okay. Scorpio and Cancer, That's interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah. They're saying, like, let the situation play out as it is right now. Let go right now. God is going to kind of like, I guess, bring opportunities for that situation to kind of like realign. He still has, how can I put it? So when that situation starts to kind of like rear its head again, right? It's not necessarily the right time to kind of get, instantly engrossed in the situation. You kind of just have to take your time with it, right? Take your time and pace yourself with the situation. He's going to want to come and drag you back in because again, like, you're good at being able to kind of assist in situations, right? He's going to come with a whole bunch of problems as he does. I need a cleanup job, basically. It's like when a kid comes to you after shitting themselves, right? Oh, hey guys. I'll check that out while I'm sort of channeling, right? So yeah, it's like when a kid shits himself and then, you kind of get to that place where you've got to do the cleanup job, right? It's one of those types of situations. He's kind of coming back in, having made a bit of a boo-boo of his life. And then once he kind of, I guess, realizes that your situation is different as well. I think that will hit him differently in him being able to realize that it's not just come in and it's open arms type situation. It's, you're actually going to have to work. You're actually going to have to do the things that you claim that you're doing. You're actually going to have to become a better person, right? Like, become a better person. When I say become a better person, it's kind of like stop, not necessarily stop, find the balance. Okay, so find the balance in being so self-serving and so like self-involved. Like, there's other people as well, and figuring out how to sort of navigate that sort of dynamic, because I think in the dynamics there, the scales aren't always balanced in the relationship situation. You tend to be more of the giver in ways, just because the value that you bring is different. He gives too in the situation, but the value that you're able to bring to the table is different. That's ultimately what it comes down to, right? So yeah. it's let go, let God. It's going to sort of come back round in the right timing. Moving forward, just take your time with it, okay? That part. Okay, because he has a tendency, he's a little bit of a pathological liar as well. He actually believes the lies that he tells as a way to be able to manipulate to get the things that he wants, which is what makes his mind very twisted in the way that he works as well. So just be mindful. I think that that's why they're sort of like telling you to be mindful, so that you don't get into any of like his mind traps, basically, because he weaves them pretty well. Don't worry. Don't worry. I think it's just one of those things that they needed to be able to kind of like communicate to let you know, with the situation. Like, if anything, they tell us things because it's supposed to reassure us, but then it has the opposite effect. It's like, nah, that didn't just reassure me. That didn't just reassure me, right? Because the human wants like this nice coasting life, right? I did receive the payment, BTW Mystical, Mystical Lena. So I guess you get to jump the queue with your donation. What does he lie about? I'm not going to say anything and everything, but small things that has big implications long term. You know, just little things, things that he thinks is going to make you disappointed in him, right? So that's the main thing that kind of like tends to get him. Yeah, that's the main thing that kind of tends to get him in the situation. I think he doesn't necessarily want to disappoint you when he lies about certain things, or he doesn't want to feel like he's let you down, right? When it comes to certain things. So he tells little small lies. So sometimes you may have to like check again. Sorry, I'm getting messages. Sometimes you might have to check again just to get the truth, or ask the same question a different time to see what lie you get then, type thing. So you can read in between the line and find the truth somewhere in the midst of all the shades of the lie. But yeah, don't, don't go about worrying, beautiful. Don't go about worrying. It's just kind of like them giving you a heads up. It's kind of like a BTW. Do you know what I mean? By the way, type situation. Yeah, so I hope that was useful for you though, beautiful. I hope that was useful for you. So Mystical, my love, I think that that's something that's actually going to play itself out. I can't necessarily answer. I'm gonna go on to the next question because I'm spending quite a bit of time on these questions. It's all good, beautiful. It's all good. Maybe tune in next week and ask, and we'll sort of see if they'll like give us all the insight. Because again, when they give us the little bit of information that they give us, they're like, that's all you need to know for now. So we can go and create what we need to and must create, so that the rest of what needs to unravels itself, right? To give us the clarity that we need, so that we can get to that next step type thing. Because bare times I'm like, as soon as I take a step, what's gonna happen next, guys? They're like, you don't need to know, just live, okay? And come back in 2 weeks. We give you some updates. I'm like, all right. But sometimes that's just how we are as human, man. Fear of the unknown, right? We're like, take a little step. I don't want to ask about him. I want to ask, unfortunately, my love. It's one of those things, right? You guys are deep in each other's hard drives. There's probably a lot of your path ahead that consists of each other. You were good at not asking. You were great at not asking, but unfortunately, they brought out some stuff to be able to like give you some clarity on some stuff that you needed to know, though. Do you know what I mean? Stuff that you needed to know, because I don't think he fully like articulates the value that you bring to the table and why he's so convinced to sort of like stick around in situations. You know what I mean? You need to know these things, and you need to hear these things. And you need to know in the situation as well, moving forward, like he tends to do like, you know, some mind Jedi shit. So it's like, yeah, go, you know, he comes in filled with sorrow, like trying to activate super saver syndrome, right? Because he's like, oh, I'm so broken, quick, I need help, I need spiritual surgery, right? And then things just kind of go left because, yeah, things aren't necessarily aligned in a certain way. Okay, but I hope that that was useful for you, my love. I hope that that was useful for you. Okay, beautiful. Right, mystical. Lena, you laugh. I'm being so serious. Yeah, exactly that, right? Exactly that. Okay, let me. Okay. We'll pop this one up and then we'll revert back to all good, beautiful. All good. We'll revert back to the question, actually. Sorry, we'll revert back to the list. My bad, guys. I is just trying to find something quickly. Okay, cool. Sorry, oh, thank you, Chaley. I appreciate it. Beautiful. I was checking for the next full moon to see what was going. Ah, that's gonna be my partner's full moon. Shit, guys, pray for me. Pray for me. He's about to get level up, and he's Gemini as well. They tend to have like the weirdest. Yeah, like the ascension process for them tends to be just super like intense. I'll use that word. Intense. Right. Mystical love. Okay. We want to see what's coming towards mystical love. In love. We want to see what's going to be happening for her romantically, guys. Tell us what's going on in her love space. What's going on in her love space? Okay. Okay. Well, what do you see coming towards her in the love space? Okay. 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 Let's unpack this first then. So, okay. Oh, you meant love is in me. Love. Got you. Got you. Okay. I'm going to sort of pull some other cards on the situation because it's interesting, right? Before I have a feature, I most likely will know the answers to any questions like that. It's on the 7th, and in Gemini, it is going to be a rough one. I know. No, it's okay, beautiful. I got you. Okay, we're gonna chop it up again. We're gonna dissect it again, and we're gonna integrate it into what we got going on in the romance. Okay. What do we have generally? What do you see coming towards mystical love? What do you guys see? All right, give it to us raw, okay, and then we'll dissect it. What do you see coming in general? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. Where is that what area has that been released in? Oh, interesting. What area has that been released in? As clearly as you can, please. Okay. Thank you, guys. The way you just threw out the cards like that. Okay, let me see. Oh. Okay. So, oh, interesting. Sorry, I'm like taking it all in. Okay. 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 So, a couple of things, right? Because obviously I initially pulled the cards in terms of like romance and stuff. So I'm gonna, oh, thank you, beautiful. That's sweet. Keep the compliments coming. Joking. I'm joking. I'm corny AF. I really am. Oh. No, thank you, beautiful. I love you guys, man. Seriously, like this is where I come and feel like like you guys accept me, okay, as I am, quacks and all. And I genuinely like appreciate you guys when I come into this space. Like I talk on this level in general, but sometimes like you feel like you're talking at people. But when I come like in this space, I feel like I'm talking to my people. Do you know what I mean? Like y'all get it. Like it's not a strain of a conversation, So yeah, man, I appreciate you guys. You guys like help my authentic self finding reflections and representations of herself that allows for me to be more authentic. Do you know what I mean? So I love that. That's what's up. I love y'all for that. Okay, so what they're showing me, interestingly enough, for you moving forward, Mystical, they're showing me that you're actually releasing indecision with certain situations. So there's a few factors when it comes to the situation. There are different things that you would do. It's like there's, how can I put it? There's certain things that you would, I guess, in the past, there's certain things that you would do to sort of like distract yourself from sort of like making certain decisions on certain situations, but you're actually releasing that moving forward and you're being given opportunities to release your conviction. Oh, wow. This is interesting, guys. So what are you telling me that, okay, so they're showing me that you would have tendencies to basically imprison yourself in situations by being indecisive. And when I say imprison yourself, it's like you want more flexibility to do certain things, right? But in the way that you've made decisions by not making decisions, you've kind of imprisoned yourself in this place where you can't really move too far. And it's interesting because it's like, whilst you've been in this prison, they're showing me, whilst you've been in this like prison, this is like, we experience these things as like neurological pathways, right? So you basically like given yourself access to a very small percentage of your hard drive, right? Your mental hard drive and your capacity to be able to create and like, utilize your imagination towards your manifestation, right? So they're showing me so what happens is because you were being indecisive about certain things, because you weren't necessarily sure about which direction to go. So, and I don't think it's that you weren't necessarily sure. I think it's that you didn't trust yourself to make the decision. It's like you would have like a thought Like, and the best way that I could put it with you, right? Oh, this is so interesting. Girl, I'm sorry. I'm being compelled to clap for you, okay? I'm sorry. Look. So this is a situation, right? Beautiful. You're about to kind of like get your freedom paper from persisting in that kind of pattern, right? The indecision game for you, it's breaking away, right? It's breaking away. It's not like going to be having as much conviction as it used to, because it's no longer serving you, for one. And also for two, it's one of those things where you're going as well, like where you're going. Question, mystical, like, have you got any downloads in terms of like creative ideas in terms of entrepreneurship? I have to ask this question though to be able to elaborate here. So have you gotten any downloads on creative insights regarding entrepreneurship and business? I've got to ask that question to be able to clarify what they're talking about. You haven't necessarily, I know that, I mean, you have been stuck, yes, but also I have a look. Girl, I am telling you, okay, this is a situation, right? They're building towards, I want to do so much, but I don't know where to start. Exactly that. And this is where the indecision has been, coming from, right? Because there's so many facets basically of self to share, right, with a collective. You need to take it bit by bit. Okay, so homework. Get a pen, write this down, girl, because they're gonna like be giving it to me fast and quick. Okay. What you need to be doing with the situation is firstly to make a list of all the things that you feel like, okay, it is that you want to do. Now, the list that you make, I get so indecisive. I know, but listen. Take notes, beautiful, because listen, they're about to help you. They're about to help you to get out of limbo, girl. They're about to help you to get out of limbo. So look, write a list of the things that you your many skill sets, your many talents, right? Your natural gifts, basically, right? All of this purpose that has been written all over your heart and all over your being. Write a list of the things that comes to mind. Then, when you've got that list together, you're going to go through a process of prioritizing the list. The list prioritization is going to be based on the element of passion. How passionate are you towards that thing on a scale of 1 to 10? If it's below a 7 in terms of the passion scale, you might be good at it, but that don't necessarily mean that you're passionate about it. The less passion we have, the less likely we're able to sort of like drive that manifestation forward into full blossom, right? We have to be passionate about some aspect of it, even if you're passionate about the money that we make from it, whatever, right? We have to be passionate about some aspect of it enough to be able to drive that into like full grounding in manifestation, right? So when you got the list, go through it, make sure you do a passion radar based on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most passionate. We'll start at 0, okay? 0 to 10. 0 being not passionate at all, but you're good at it, right? Because just because we're good at something doesn't necessarily mean that that's the thing essentially that's going to be able to kind of like bring us in more sustenance. That may just be the thing that is designed for us to be of service with, basically. That's like people basically pay us in smiles, in gratitude, and that's how they're able to put back into a positive karma bank, and we're able to continue to feed that forward, right? So some of the talents that you might have, they may be karma bank service talents, basically service gifts, where you can get positive karma fed back into you because of how these talents are able to be of service to other people, right? So that's the first thing there. Then once you've got the priority list in terms of like your passionate skills, start with working at the ones that you're most passionate about, because that's the ones that you're going to basically have the most momentum to kind of like cultivate. And then you got to bear in mind time. Listen, we got that. Okay, we got time. It's about how you utilize your time. You don't necessarily have to like do everything all at once. That's not what it's about, right? What you want to do, right? Because what you're going to do is basically tapping into the presence of the spirit as it's present, right? Because, okay, so if your passion radar is below a 7 on something, basically you're not going to necessarily have as much steam, right? So the things that you're above 7 on, those are some of the factors that can really actually be beneficial to you. They can actually be like a very good door of value to you. I think as well, like this indecision thing, as you kind of like figure out how to break away from this habit of indecision, because they billing a whole boss beep, girl, a whole boss beep. Okay, like multiple businesses, like very direct in communication, doesn't necessarily second think what you have to say. If anybody has a means of second guessing, that's usually their problem and not yours. You don't necessarily take on projections. This is something that happens as you continue to grow in all of these areas and build your confidence in all of these little pockets of talents that you have, right? But this issue of indecision is the main thing that is basically holding you locked in to these neurological channels that are basically prohibiting you from being able to actually like get past being stuck. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's like a physical manifestation of the indecision, basically, because the indecision isn't actually allowing you to make a decision in any which direction. It's just causing you to be stagnant and still. So as you're being indecisive, so it manifests, right? As you do all of these little situations. So, okay, guys, wait. Thank you. Sorry, everybody was talking at once. So after you actually go ahead and like get the passion radar correct, it will give you a little bit more indication as to what are some of your talents that are like your now, because some talents are for our later on talent that we're able to develop on and build upon and all of those things. Like the ones that are at the highest on your passion radar are your now talents. Those are the things that you have to start organizing and orchestrating in a way that you can start like say like, okay, I'm going to take this window and build on this little situation and ride that little fuel. So you do a little bit of each, because I know there's still, you're still going to be left with at least a good 3 or 4 that you want to work with, like for the right now type situation. But what you do with that, because that's how I'm seeing it, right? What you do with that in order to be able to like receive a mental sort of like clarity and breakthrough with it, is that you give each of them their own little pocket of time. Okay, so for this period of time I'm going to work on this one, and then I'm going to sort of like plant that seed, right? So as you plant that seed, you can move on to the next thing, but because you've already planted that seed, you can come back around to that thing, because it should have been in a position where it's sustaining enough by the time you want to move on to the next thing. Does that make sense? Right? Instead of you trying to juggle everything all at once, because that will be too overwhelming. Your human doesn't respond well to those types of climates. Anxiety would be through the roof, stress levels would be rife, and your human will basically quit before you have decided to begin. Okay? Sure, your human will be like, girl, you by yourself. I can't tell you how many times I've thought of like really big projects and my human's like, nah, girl, not me. So you have to take it, because a human is a limited device. It's a limited device. So naturally it's aware of its limitations, right? So it's in most cases when you have like all of these grand plans, the human's first thing is exactly. The human's first thing is to basically abort mission, eject, like run away from the situation. So you're gonna have to like basically like rein in your disbelief is going to be something as well that you're gonna have to navigate through. Hopefully you're writing this down, beautiful. Disbelief, you're gonna come up against that in a few different areas as you're navigating through the lack of indecision and actually like making decisions and sticking to certain things and seeing certain things through. You're gonna run into like disbelief. You're gonna have to grow in that area of belief in yourself and grow in that area. It's good for you. Okay, it's good for you. You're going to fail a few times, you're going to fall a few times as well. You're going to get frustrated with yourself a few times. You're going to get frustrated with your circumstances that seems like it's prohibiting you, but it's a block to push you in the right direction that's actually going to give you the big breakthrough that you're looking for. So take your time with it, be patient with yourself, and be patient with the process as well. And definitely be patient with your human, because trust me, okay, if she checks out, then nobody gets nowhere. Okay, that part. But yeah, you're tapping into a door of like your raw spirit that's really about to present itself. Like you're in a pivotal point in your journey at the minute. So yeah, you're in a pivotal point on your journey at the minute. All of this stuff that you're kind of like breaking through from and breaking free from is really going to put you in a position where there's generational wealth involved. And I'm not even just saying that to say that's literally how they're putting it across to me, because there becomes a situation where you set up the premise for things moving forward, whereby generations after you, not just within your lineage, but generations after you, are able to benefit from what it is that you actually establish for yourself in your lifetime here. So take your time with it. You've literally got a whole lifetime. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't stress yourself out too much by overthinking things and needing for things to be too perfect as well. The whole idealistic thing, listen, God will break your ego down. So take it from me, girl. Okay, just allow for yourself to be as open to the way that things play out as possible, because you might want it to go a different way, but the way that it's going is ultimately the best way towards the destination that you actually want. So you and God have the same goals. You guys are just figuring out how to get there, right? That part. But yes, girl, things are about to like go through a pivotal turning point for you. Pivotal turning point. And in the love situation, BTW, because I did put some cards on that, okay, earlier before. There isn't really too much going on in the area of attraction. There's some trust issue situation as well that's kind of being worked out. There's like an undertone of the trust issue situation. So that's kind of, I guess, being navigated at the minute. I'm not sure what you mean. That's because I wasn't talking to you, Bixby. Thank you. Anywho. But yes, beautiful. Yeah, just take your time with the situation, even in the romantic side of things, as you kind of like clear away some of these indecisions. So when you clear that pattern, or when you start to bring that pattern into balance, it will also come back towards you, where you're able to be less indecisive as well in terms of romance. So you'll be able to bring people into your experience that are also less indecisive themselves as well, which means that they have the emotional capacity and they have the bandwidth to actually engage in a relationship, right? Committal, if that's what you're looking for, right? But in terms of that situation, they're just saying it's more a case of like navigating through more so trust issues dynamics, because that's one of the things that causes a fear of attraction, basically. All good, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Bixby indeed, Shaylee. I don't know. Listen, Bixby needs to come out of my business. Bixby's constantly here trying to like eavesdrop. Bixby's like, I didn't get it. Well, Bixby, I wasn't talking to you, girl. It was not for your ears. Bixby's funny though. I'll randomly be talking to people and then bitches like tuning in on my conversation. I'm like, you just give yourself away all the time. You're such an agent. You're such an agent. Oh, sorry. I'm like looking for the list. Beautiful. Where is the list, guys? The list would be so far back now. I don't know if I can find it. Oh, found it. There we go. Brownie's on the list as well, Brownie. Don't worry, Brownie. We didn't forget you, okay? Because I know you probably see it and think, oh snap, what about me? Oh, there we go. Brownie's on the list as well. Brownie was before Mina. There we go. Oh, thank you, beautiful. You have a wonderful night yourself as well. Sleep lucidly, okay? Go and travel into all of those realms of thoughts where you're going to be able to get all of these amazing downloads to be able to align all of these awesome talents. Because, yeah, God needs you to show up, man. Beautiful stuff. Okay. I feel an angry woman from past will try to reach me. What lies will come out about this person? Oh, snap. Oh. If time allows. Oh, Mina, you're funny. You are funny. All right, let me get KT's thingy up. Okay. There we are. I know. Thank you. I appreciate you. That's what's up. Okay. KT, okay. Girl. I am going to have to, because this seems like it's going to sometimes, right? When dealing with spirits that are angry. Sorry, I'm like dressing the part, getting ready to meet angry spirit. Yes, Bixby, I said it. What do you want now?
I'm not sure I got what you meant.
You never do. That's why you should stay out of my business and stop trying to tune in. Sorry. Okay, so right, let's dive into it. No, because I'm telling you guys, yeah, one of the first readings that I ever did when I first activated, I spoke to this woman and she was telling me about how angry she was about her partner and all of this stuff, and like, is he gonna come back? And I said to her, I'm sorry, he's never coming back. And the way that the woman projected at me, the angry spirit that she had, oh my God, the spirit come for me, guys. I'm telling you, by the time like I finished like during my session, because I used to do like readings on I think this was on Ask the Answers, right? Because I used to be on Psychic Sofa as well, but this is when I was on Ask the Answer. And I'm telling you, the way that the spirit held me, I couldn't even, like, I kept trying to speak to my partner, because like we had a conversation. I was like, yeah, I just finished. Like, I was trying to basically talk to my partner about the fact that the woman was like basically like so angry because I wasn't telling her that he was coming back, because he's not. And she wanted me to tell her that he was coming back, right? And yeah, like the spirit, I don't know, the spirit choked me out. I can't lie, it choked me out. The spirit was angry. She probably made me choke on it because she didn't like what I said. I was trying to speak to my partner, but my voice couldn't project. Right? And then it was like my guides shut my whole body down. So this is what I love, right? So this was funny. My guide shut my whole body down because I fight better in spirit. That was an unfair fight, right? Because I didn't see the spirit come for me, right? Like, she just come project the spirit when I thought we was just having a nice little chit chat, right? and she projected the spirit, and then like I fell asleep basically because my guides took me out of this realm so I could go and fight the fight in a realm where I had more power because my human had just activated then, so I didn't have much control over my human, right? Like in dealing with like these realms and stuff. So when we went there, and then I went and kicked Anger's ass, okay, her little angry spirit, and I broke it down, and I told her basically, like I told the spirit why it's angry, and I basically disseminated it because it wasn't really actually angry, it was actual like sadness and disappointment, right? And I disseminated the spirit and like basically like completely dissected it and pulled it apart and everything. It took me bloody the whole of that sleep because I think I woke up 2 hours later and I was saying, baby, you don't know what happened to me. And he was like, you shouldn't be doing this stuff. I'm like, but it's God's will for my life, baby. Guys, it was so crazy. It was because my partner, the woman that I've been with my partner for like, we've been together for like 12 years. So this isn't who he was introduced to, okay? I was a closet freak. I was like keeping all this shit to myself, having my private one-on-one conversations with God and stuff like that, like to myself, right? But then, like, as I continue to grow, my relationship with God continued to grow. It was just one of those things where God was like, our relationship needs to be outside of the closet. I'm going to need you to sort of like come and tackle some of these agents because you're very good at that. And I need you to be able to actually like do it openly, right? Because I would always be talking about people's demons. Even since I was young, I'd be like, oh, that person has a spirit attached to them. That's not good. So yeah, sorry. I digress there, guys. I'm sorry, but that was a little story time for y'all, okay? That was a little story time for y'all, just so y'all know. So yeah, I had to get cute. Right, Kate? We're back to your question, girl. Don't worry, Natalia. Don't worry, we've got you. No, thank you. Thank you guys for listening. I've got so many story times about so many different spirits that I can tell you guys about. Because I have like real live conscious experience of these little spirits, and then I'm having a whole different this is why I have to be like mindful of my circles where I'm like, look, I can't keep certain friends, okay, because I'm fighting with their demons and they fighting a whole different fight. Like they fighting with me. I'm fighting with their demons, okay? Oh dude, but yeah. Right, guys. Okay, back in the room. We want to know the angry woman from the past. What lies do you see sort of coming out about her? The angry, disgruntled woman from the past. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, they're already showing me some stuff. That's what. Sorry, I'm like, ooh. Come on, guys. Yeah, what lies do you see coming out about her? You know, the angry lady from Katie's past. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I figured that as well, because that's what you guys were saying initially as well. Her ways of manipulation. People are going to be comparing notes. Oh, interesting, are they? Okay, Katie. So people are going to be comparing notes. Okay, people are going to be comparing notes on her ways of manipulation. People are going to be sort of like speaking about how immature she is in terms of the way that she handles certain situations. They're going to be comparing the different lies, basically lies upon lies upon lies that she's actually told to kind of like riddle these types of stories and dynamics and situations, right? Yeah, interesting. And like, it's funny because there are certain things that she's lied about, basically, about certain pressures that she's been under. I'm not saying that she's not like in a stressful environment and there isn't certain, but she's exaggerated certain things. She's exaggerated certain truths, right? And some of those things are going to be coming to light. they're also showing me that they're showing as well, like just how ruthless she's been with the situation, because she's actually like, oh, dude, she's been like proper methodical with how, like, what information she shares with what person, and like how she's like navigated this. Like, she's riddled a bunch of lies and spun a bunch of webs, and it's about to sort of come out. It's about to come out, Katie. Like, it seems like just in random conversations, people are actually just having conversations about what they've got going on and their interaction and communication with her and stuff. And then just the way in which it's the way they're like, really, that's not what she said to me though. But this isn't how she told me that the situation played out. She told me that the situation was this, and this is what happened. And then the other person's realizing, but I helped her here and I did this for her here. And they're like, yeah, but I then also did this here. Listen. People are going to find out about the ways that they have been used and manipulated by this individual. Like, and when I say find out, they're basically going to find their co-victims. They're going to go and seek out their co-victims, because I think, like, what happens is that there's an awakening in their spirit that happens where they start to question certain things in terms of like, well, that's not really making sense. So the universe obviously conspires to be able to give them the clarity that they're looking for in those situations. And that's how they end up having these conversations, right? Where they're like, well, this isn't necessarily what I anticipated happening in the situation, but this is actually how it played out, because this is how she told me that, you know, things were actually going on her end, and this is what she had to do. And she goes around telling like some pity party stories quite a lot of the time. She basically like tugs on the sympathy card. And oh wow, oh, I've dealt with this spirit as well. I dealt with this spirit in one of my longest relationships. This is interesting. So this spirit, right, it doesn't take any accountability, and it has a tendency to deflect. Oh, it's the cousin of the knock. Oh, listen, y'all gonna make me break out into a hallelujah tonight, okay? What do you mean, guys? Okay, so when you say the cousin of the knock spirit, right, break that down for me. Okay, so the way that they're putting it across, it moves like a vampirist kind of like spirit, constantly like never worried about how what they do. Right, can't stand that one even myself, to be honest. But like, this one's a close cousin of the narc, so it's not like the full-blown narc spirit, but it's a close cousin of the narc, right? And it's like an amalgamation of smaller demons, right? Like the spirit of confusion, and the lack of accountability thing, right? Which basically like puts you in a position where you're not in control of your karma, right? So your fate is predetermined by these spiritual connections that are manifesting through you, right? Type thing. Oh, she's not really into sort of like teamwork elements. She loves praises solely on her own. When teamwork situation, she'll take it. You know, that's how it feels like, oh, I'll take it. You know, when teamwork situations and dynamics kind of like reveal themselves. Like, God, listen, anger is the least of her bloody. Oh God, she's riddled with a bunch of stuff. She's riddled with a bunch of stuff. Okay, a lot of that stuff is going to come to light. Let me just put it that way. Okay, people are going to be having conversations about her, because she's actually like, I feel like she has an emotional outburst, because a lot of these things are actually coming from, because she's so used to manipulating people. So this is what happens a lot of the time, because we're so used to those types of spirits. Basically, when we kind of like hold contracts with those types of spirits, they prohibit our emotional growth. They also prohibit our spiritual growth as well, so we stay like in contracts with those low vibrating spirits as well. So her situation with like this dynamic that she's kind of like going through. Technically, she's like the emotional age of like between 3 and 5. She has a lot of growing up to do. But the situation that is coming for her is to be able to force her growth, and it's going to accelerate her growth so intensely. She's going to be forced to take accountability because everybody shall see her her wickedness, her wicked ways, her selfish, self-serving ways will be revealed. She'll have to pay the consequence of that as well. Listen, she's going to go on a big trial. Like, I know it looks like she's getting away with a lot of shit at the minute, pardon my French, but keeping it real, she's not. Like, all of this stuff is just being tallied up to basically be revealed in the right astrological transit, whereby it will have the most instrumental effect and impact on turning her perspective around in terms of the way that she engages and treats people, right? So that's all for what that purpose is all about. But trust me, listen, the stuff's going to come out. Divine timing. I think that the universe is conspiring. The universe is conspiring to out her for her own good, so that she can grow and heal from some of these like petty, immature ways. Like, she's very, very immature, very, very like vibrating very low emotionally. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting messages through. I was thinking, what the hell is that? I can't see nothing. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, Katie. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, actually, because you then took me on to like a little bit off tangent to go back around to my other stuff. But yes, that's all of what's going to be going on for that lovely lady. Her actual stuff will be, revealed to her. It'll be forced. She'll be forced to look at herself, basically, in the mirror, and the mirror being everybody else holding up the reflections of their experiences of her, basically. So she gonna be doing some miming act. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. Honestly. Yeah, she did. I know. Thank you, beautiful. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I did see Natalia's question. I thought that's what I posted. I thought I posted out Natalia's question. My bad. I looked at Natalia's question. I didn't post it. It's not the same thing. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for reposting it. I looked at it. Beautiful. Yeah. Mind isn't necessarily there where it needs to be at the minute. I've been doing that all day today as well. Because I'm pretty connected with my partner. So I'd be like sending him thoughts. But because he has a lot of care for me, so he accesses like the telecell, the telepath cell, okay, because it's quicker than the telephone. Okay, I'd be sending him messages and stuff, and it's like it's funny because in my mind it feels wholeheartedly like I'm having these conversations, and I see him responding to me as I'm having these conversations with him telepathically, because he's pretty attuned as well. Like he plays his little psychic games with his friends as well, and they're always like, "Oh my god, you're so awesome!" I'm like, "Yeah, you should be." Shit, I send you like downloads all the time because I need to make sure that my files are getting delivered. But I'm very good. My husband and I, exactly, beautiful, exactly. It's care. Like, depending on how much a person cares about you, they get access to your hard drive, because we share the collective hard drive as well. But yeah, it was interesting. He's like, "You're not saying anything." I'm like, I am, because you can clearly hear me, right? Sometimes I block him out of my mind as well. And he's like, "Why are you doing that?" I'm like, I need my privacy today. Oh, dude. No, let's go and chop it up, beautiful. He's like, I can feel you pushing me out. I'm like, yes, it's just me and my guides. We need to work on some personal stuff. Then I kick him out. I'm like, give me 2 hours. Give me 2 hours, undivided. Just me and the guides. Because sometimes, like, I get downloads about like things that I have to work on for his timeline as well. And he doesn't necessarily always like to know things. I like to know. Okay, I feel like that's what the gift is there for. Let's make use of it, right? Sometimes he likes the element of surprise, right? So I'm like, look, you might not want to know, but I do. Me and the guys are talking about this right now. If you don't want to like accidentally have me like and bleed the files to you, then you might need to just come out of this space for a little bit and leave me alone. Okay, but I'm gonna come back and, you know, compartmentalize for what you need to know or what it is that you want to know, and we can share that for now. Okay, so Joseph is husband. Natalia wants to know how Joseph feels towards her. What does Joseph feel towards her, guys? Felt nice. It felt cute. It felt cute. Give it to me, guys. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay. Oh, give me the cards. Okay, come on. Tell me more. Tell me more. What? What do they? What does he think? Come on, guys. What does Come on, guys. I know. Thank you. Oh, I know. It's so cute. It's so cute, right? Yeah. I was about to say that he has a tendency to be a little bit quiet sometimes, but I think that's because he struggles to be able to articulate how he feels sometimes. I think like the way that he feels towards you, sometimes there isn't really words, but I'm gonna say this, like, you are his rock. That's what I heard. You're his rock. Like he sees like this innate strength in you, and he just loves the way that you sort of carry yourself, the way that you carry him sometimes. The way that you just have like this capacity to love. Like he's like, you're not really the bitchy type of person as well. He's like, he's like, I never really wanted that type of person. I never really wanted that dynamic. So he's glad that you're not really he's glad that you're not really like, you don't engage with him in that way where you're kind of like, you know, just a little bit cold and stuff like that. Like he feels like he could do more. He feels like he could do more. He feels like he should be doing more. And that, you know, you deserve a little bit more. I want to say a lot more because that's how he feels, but really he just needs to kind of like give a little bit more. Give a little bit more. But he does feel like, yeah, and he loves that about you. I think that's the thing. Like he has a really soft, warm place for you in his heart. He thinks very highly of you. Yeah. He's glad that he chose you, and he's most importantly, he's glad that you chose him back. He's glad that you chose him back because he feels like you're patient with his growth, and that's important to him because he feels like he wants to do all of these things, and he has the opportunity to kind of like grow in these ways, but he just needs somebody who's a little bit patient with him so that he can actually like tap into these facets of himself to be able to activate. And I think that you being able to sort of like be patient and stick it out with him like means a lot to him as well, for him to really be able to kind of like learn new ways that he can also step up to the plate as well. Hi, beautiful. The free list is actually closed now, unfortunately, my love. Yeah, we're like heading into 3 hours. We still got a few people on the list as well to kind of like just get through. So, yeah. But yeah, Natalia, he definitely sort of feels like he wants to be able to um do more. He wants to be able to kind of like no, I think he's at a place where he feels like in terms of doing more, it's like he wants to take the load off. Sometimes like he doesn't feel like he can do anything as good as how you do it. You know, he wants to be able to help out with certain things, but he doesn't necessarily feel like he can do things as well as you do it. So he doesn't want to muck up anything, right? Um He does beautiful. Do you know what? I wish he could articulate all the words to really like put it into. He thinks very, very highly of you, very, very highly of you, and he's so grateful for you. I don't know why he's not sharing it, beautiful, because I know he struggles with like communication and stuff. But really, like he is so grateful for you, like genuinely so grateful for you, and he does genuinely appreciate you, right? But yeah, he wants to do more. He's just trying to figure out what more can he do without making more work for you, because I think he feels like if he does certain things technically, like you probably just end up having to do it anyways. So he's trying to feel like he's trying to find other ways as well to be able to like communicate his love to you. I don't necessarily, because he struggles with verbalizing, I don't think that words of affirmations is pretty much like one of his love languages in terms of the way that he communicates. He loves receiving it from you, yes. It's just not necessarily one of the ways in which he communicates his love. From what I can see, his love language in the situation, his dominant, because I think that we all have like different times where we actually like have the love languages kind of like be more dominant than other times, right? He does struggle a lot. He was very abused as a child, so it's hard for him to open up. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that's why he appreciates you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like he appreciates your patience with him, because he wants to be able to like actually like be able to have these conversations and verbalize his feelings and stuff and really be able to put these things out there. It's just he's still working at being able to like say these things and know that people are going to stick around. Do you see what I'm saying? Because at times he's felt these things before in the past and people haven't necessarily treated him in the best way, and they've also kind of like been removed from the space. They've been ejected basically from his experiences. So there's a little bit of caution because of that. But what I'd say, like what you guys are doing, your patience with the situation is definitely like well received. I think he is, he's still trying to figure out how he can be more useful to the team. I'll put it like that. He's still trying to figure out how he could be more useful to the team. I'd say his love languages at the minute, like his dominant ones, are quality time and acts of service. That's how he's actually kind of like showing you that he loves you at the minute without being able to sort of like use words. So like whenever he spends quality time with you, when you guys are sort of like having one-to-one time, that's really when he's like trying to let you know like, hey, I'm present, I'm here for you. I really do love you and I want to spend this time with you. And then like when he does like just little things, just little gestures, just small things as well. Yeah, that's him like letting you know that he loves you, right? It's just words of affirmations isn't necessarily one of his strongest assets as a love language just yet. Okay, he's still working at that. And he appreciates your patience. Okay, beautiful. I hope that was useful for you. What's the guidance for her closing out this space? What's the guidance for Natalia with the lovely Joseph closing out this space? Anything? Okay, thank you. Yeah, like things. Thanks for throwing your question out there, Brownie. We still got a couple of people before you though. We've got Abhay and we've got Ariona as well, who are before you, and then we've got you on the list. Yeah, acts of service. Yeah, he is. He is. He's actually like thinking of little things. Thank you, beautiful. No, you're good, Brownie. You're good. Listen, eager beaver, man. That's all. It's okay. We like eager. Okay. It's all a case of timing. But yeah, they're saying that you guys are actually like on a really good path towards success with the situation. Okay. And the he's like improving on this stuff. I think it's just it takes him a little bit more time because there's some trauma there. Okay, which is causing some resistance. But yeah, just give him some time. You continue to utilize your words of affirmation because that's you then showing him how you like to be loved. And then just kind of like gently nudge him, I guess, into getting used to being able to kind of like articulate himself in that way, you know? And it's something that will happen over time. It's not something that happens straight off the bat. Okay. Oh, hey. Hey, guys. Right. Abhay. I don't think Abhay's here anymore. Abhay's not here, right? Because we did a call for them. They're not here. Abhay. Oh, I think Abhay like threw a question out a long time ago, but I don't think that question's going to be there anymore. No. Oh. Oh, they didn't actually like put the question out there. Oh, Abhay. I'm sorry, my love. We missed you again. Sorry, it sometimes listen, sometimes the readings can be like the guys have been real in depth at the minute, so we're getting what we need to know. Right? They never showed up. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I think probably because like the chat wasn't going off at the time, they probably thought there isn't anything going on, but that's fine. I guess that's where Mina's, this is how everything kind of works back out. Mina gets thrown back onto the list again as well to make up for that, That's so funny. Okay. Ariona, what have we got, beautiful? What we got tonight? How are you doing as well, beautiful? Okay, Shruti had you put it. Yeah, they were okay, but when we did the call earlier, he wasn't actually here when we was like asking about who was here. Okay, got it. Makes sense. Makes sense. God has been kind, right? That's a given. Look at the way that everything's actually just aligned. And Shruti was here earlier as well. She didn't even actually sort of get her reading as well. But yeah. Okay, sorry. Ariona, let's get you. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so I now have a crush on one of the managers at my job, but I also got a guy's social media that I met at my job. Why did I suddenly have a crush on the manager? And should I just focus on the other guy? Let's see the why the crush situation kind of happened first and foremost, so that we can understand how that is being brought in to stir up the pot, right? Because you try to cook something else. Okay, so to clarify, guys, we want to know, right? What's this crush on the boss about for Ariona? Like, where'd it come from? What's it about? Like, give us some clarity, guys. Yeah. I know it was random, but give us some clarity in terms of like, like full on Scooby-Doo moment, like, what's going on? Thank you. Okay. Okay, but in what context? In what context? What does that mean? Clarify. Thank you. Okay, cheers. Okay. Okay. And what do you advise her to do then with the situation? Like, because obviously the other thing was going on, right? Okay, come on. Oh, sorry. She's like, sorry. I'm like, sorry, y'all. She's giving us some more insight. The manager is older. Is an older Scorpio, 25 years old. 25 years old, but much older than me by 7 years. The other guy is a Virgo and is probably closer to my age. But when I first saw the manager, I thought he was so cute. My feelings just grew for him because I was seeing him more often. Funny enough, that was literally what they said to me. That was literally what they said to me. They were saying to me like this situation kind of grew from a place where you were spending like a lot of time in work and the social life wasn't necessarily as like developed, right? Because there was so much time being spent in the workplace. So it was kind of like bringing the socializing to the workplace type thing. And I think that that's where that like thought came from, that underlying thought. But there was already a natural attraction there, so it just kind of started to grow. But I think it was stemming from this place where there wasn't and isn't, because they're saying to me isn't as in a present situation as well. So you're not necessarily past this, but they're saying there's like an imbalance with work and personal life. So there isn't necessarily much of a social life in comparison to how much energy and effort is kind of like obviously put into the work situation at the minute. And I think that that's where this situation kind of like developed and grew, right? So it's funny when you put that out there, because that's what I was like asking them. They were like, at first, when I first pulled cards, they were like, oh, basically you were just busy like planning for your future and you were figuring like if you're going to be here, for a good little period of time, and you're going to be here most of the time and stuff as well. Like the thought process on that is that he would be a good, I guess, how can I put it? Like he would complement that situation really well for you type thing. Okay, what's the advice? What's the advice, guys? Okay, thank you. That's exactly what they said, Ariana. You are funny. They were like, yeah. Okay, what should one do? Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like receiving it all and seeing what they're trying to say about this little story. Okay. So yes to focus on the Virgo. Yes to focus on the Virgo. And I'm going to tell you why as well, right? They're saying that that situation may mess up your contract, first and foremost, in terms of the manager situation. Attractive but immature, actually. Attractive but immature as far as the manager. And when I say immature, just in terms of the way that he is in relationships, he tends to be, those people that are very like entitled in relationships, right? Yeah, that part. But you know, there's people that are very like entitled in relationships. Um, he has a tendency to be a little bit self-entitled, right? And that's something he's still working at. I'm gonna use that word. That's something he's still working at. And he still has some time yet to work through that. So I don't necessarily think that you guys would actually be a compatible match with the situation as well, anyways. So yeah, they don't think that this particular situation is a door to happiness in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't necessarily balance things out for you. They're saying like it's more of an attraction, right? It's more of an attraction. I don't like it when people, yeah, he has a tendency to be a little bit entitled, a lot bit entitled, actually. I'm glad he is working on it though, but I'll just focus on yeah, that part. Yeah. It's one of his it's one of the issues that he has in relationships that he gets into. It puts the complete scales of the relationship off balance a lot of the times, and people have to be accommodating to his entitled attitude a lot of the time. So it wouldn't work out long term anyways, to be honest. I think personalities wise, you'd actually sort of like clash right now. It's more sort of like getting the representative, right, in terms of the dynamic that you guys are sort of having. But yeah, focus on the Virgo, focus on the Virgo. They said that the attachment with option number 2, because they're saying he's option number 1 based on attraction, right? And then option number 2 is obviously Virgo. But yeah, they're saying option number 2, the attachment, that's kind of like being cultivated and nurtured at the minute, with option number 2 being Virgo. Yeah, I do want an older guy though. Yeah, and I get you on that. What I would say with the situation with the Virgo is that they have a certain element of maturity that will make up for like what you're looking for in that regards when it comes to age, right? Because trust me, okay, some of them could be a good 5 years older than you and technically has the emotional age of a 5-year-old. Okay, girl. Come across it. I'm like, oh my God, he's stuck at 7. What are you gonna do, girl? I'm like, what you gonna do? I'm sorry. I've literally like been in those types of situations because then I see people's stuff, don't I see their files. But yeah, Virgo, he's mature in other ways as well, right? He's mature in other ways, which actually allows for you to be able to sort of like see, yeah, it allows for you to be able to see his maturity. Yeah, it allows for you to see his age in a different regards because of his maturity. Okay. Give it some time. Give it some time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You good. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. Trust me. He's alright. He's a little bit of alright, Mr. Virgo. And I think as well, yeah. I was about, it's so funny. I was about to say, I think as well with the Virgo, I don't know what to do at this point. I'm about to give up. Oh, don't give up on love, beautiful. Don't give up on love. Don't give up on love. I think, and again, that's the Virgo being direct with you and being mature with you instead of playing you around. And these are some of the qualities. Because it's funny because Mr. Manager 25, he wouldn't necessarily I don't want to say do that, but he wouldn't be as forthcoming and as honest. That's not necessarily a situation. That's okay. That's cool. Continue to keep your options open. I think that the pay I noticed that attractive men are either taken, and if they are single, they don't want a relationship. Yeah. We're living in that time. Yeah. Not that they don't want a relationship, they don't want a committal relationship. Okay, they don't want commitment because there are options now available to be able to multi-date. Or they date women who are WTF. Yeah, like, yeah, that part. You are far too young to even think about giving. Listen, like, I think that so the season that we're living in with men as well, obviously, because like this whole shift happened, right? Like, as we've been um Actually, a lot more young people in relationships nowadays. I know, and that's the thing as well. That's the thing as well. Like, obviously, when you see other people around you as well, and their lives seems to be evolving in that direction and that course, loosen the reins a little bit. What happens a lot of the times is when we're sort of like trying so much or focused so much, the universe indirectly, right? Because it's kind of like sending signals to the universe that it's something that we don't have, that is something that we want. When you're at a vibrational match of just kind of like letting that, settle and flow within yourself. And I know this probably sounds like, oh, what's she talking about? But seriously, like, basically, when you don't want a relationship, the relationship's going to show up. That's kind of how it really actually works. And why is that? It's because you already possess that relationship, and you already come into conscious awareness that you possess that relationship. So it thereby, in essence, manifests, because now you're a vibrational match to it. What I'd say, with the situation as well, there are a lot of young men out here because, like, they have the option these days to kind of like multi-date, and it's not like, it's not necessarily changing. It looks like it's going in their favor. It looks like it's going in their favor, moving forward as well. So they don't necessarily have to. And I was literally thinking, I was having a conversation with my guides about this earlier today, this morning, actually. I was like, what's going to happen with the men in the collective then if they're continuing to focus on this polygamous lifestyle that's basically sort of like being brewed? And don't get me wrong, like, I get it. Like, in the previous eras of time and stuff like that, I do think that polygamy is just the universe's natural way, I guess, to be able to ensure that the lives that needs to be sort of brought through find their way through however they need to, right? But at the same time, it was like, what happens? Like, there are some men with this who are just like, I've heard of the Hotep gang, where people are just kind of like, literally, they're selling this whole lifestyle to people, of living in a polygamous lifestyle. Whereas a lot of women, obviously, we're still traditional in that element, because I think that women have had a lot of updating in the programming in a lot of different ways, but that for some reason hasn't been one of the things that has been updated by all women. Because, in all honesty, like, I guess because I believe the practice of Islam, I'm actually open to the idea of multiple wives. So it's not really something that I personally have a qualm with. But to go back to your question, I'm not sure why that Virgo would give me his social media if he doesn't want a relationship. Well, because he wouldn't mind a casual fling. That's why. I'm sorry. I just had to be direct. When he said that, that's him straight off the bat, basically setting the precedent for the situation, letting you know, I'm going to be non-committal to you. Are you okay with that? Basically, that was the basis of that situation, to see if you were going to bite that bait or not. Now, girl, don't waste your time, because you're looking for something serious and committal. So that's not really anything to do with you anyways, okay? Obviously, if a girl asks for your social media, she wants something more. Well, yes, to some degree. He's hoping that she wants something, but if he can give her something similar to what she wants at a lesser value, where she is shortchanged, then he's going to take that opportunity, right? Because that the dice is then rolling in his favor right there, right? I keep attracting guys that I don't want, though. I'll tell you why it's a case of you attracting guys that you don't want. I feels like the only option in love for me is to be with a guy that I'm not attracted to, and I have to assume that he will suddenly have a glow. out your little heart as well. I was laughing at the glow up bit because I'm thinking, look what happened with Steve Urkel, man. He grew into a whole like hunkadora, hunk. Okay, but that tickled me, girl. That tickled me. I'm sorry, I wasn't ready. Okay, so no, honey, that just means that you can really empower yourself and learn to be a confident badass that is perfectly happy being single and will not settle. Yeah, I know. Do you know what? It's funny because I like my little sister's kind of like navigating through her own process with this situation as well. Like the guides, my dad's in spirit as well, so my dad's like, mm-mm. My dad's like, she engages with a lot of the F boys and stuff like that because that's her attraction. She's like attracted to those types. But that's not what she'll end up with. You know, my dad's like, no, but you entertain her and guide her and steer in the right direction. When the time's right, I'll bring him in, type thing, you know? But I say all that to say, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to end up with somebody that you're not attracted to. Attraction comes in different ways, first and foremost. I don't think I can be I don't think I can be happy being single though, especially not with other people that I know being in relationships. Oh, bless. I hear you on that. Because that's one of my my sister's like thing as well. She's like, oh, well, everybody else is in a relationship. What's up with me? And do you know what? The reality is, like, and I have this conversation with my little sister a lot of the times. I don't think she actually wants to be in a relationship. She just wants like she wants a sometimes boyfriend. Like, do you actually want to be in a relationship? Like, are you willing to put in the effort and the work that it takes to maintain a relationship? These are my questions to you, Ariana, by the way. Like, where are you in terms of like being able to really give like your time to a relationship, your emotional capacity? Where are you with that to give to a relationship? Oh, wow. Right or left? You never know if they are even really happy. That's true too. That's true too. Telling everyone different stories. Totally agree with her. Huh? I'm getting lost. Ah. Sorry, I have to think about what hand I write with. That's how I know my right from my left. Even when I'm driving, I have to think about what hand I am thingy with. But yeah, beautiful. Interesting. They're usually over on this side. That's why I usually have like room. I usually have room like ready for them. I see people leaving her be. I had to think about it for a minute. Like, which is it? Which is it? Oh, dude. Yes, on that side, that's usually where they hang out. That, like, this is my best ear. Like, sometimes when they talk to me through this ear, it's like I receive it, but it doesn't flow as effortlessly. Like from this ear, like this ear will start to burn and then the insides just flow and then it just comes through. And then once they finish channeling through me, then I'll be able to kind of like say stuff, I guess. I wish I was one of those people that have a sneaky link, even, or just a normal love life where you casually date and find out for yourself if they are the one or not. Okay. Oh, it's all good. It's all good, beautiful. It's all good. I hear you with that. Okay, so all right, let me if you're saying that you're just looking for a little sneaky link, Virgo isn't necessarily looking for anything serious. He's looking for a casual relationship. That's the thing. He's not necessarily looking for like a relationship. It's more sort of like a friendship with benefits, if you will, friends with benefits type situation. So I guess if you're saying that you want a relationship, but technically what you're looking for is more something casual, I do want a sneaky link, but that's not the only thing I want. And I hear you on that. That's the part. See, this is the part. The two are two completely different things. I think you have to, because a full-blown relationship, right? Okay, so you want a sneaky link that's a relationship trying to figure out how to get to. Oh, that's gonna be tricky. That's gonna be tricky. Do you know why? You will naturally attract people who are confused about whether or not they want a relationship or not. And then they're going to come into your space to try and figure out whether or not this is a relationship or this is a dynamic in which they can explore the opportunity or potential of a relationship. And then you have to go through the process of having that revealed to you. You have to refine that a little bit better, beautiful. I'm not going to lie to you because I go through the same, like a similar thing in speaking with my sister where she speaks about the things that she wants. And I'm like, but that's not like you're saying you want a relationship, but the things that you're saying that you actually want, you don't actually have to be in a relationship to get those things. So which is it? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because the universe is basically letting you know that you're giving mixed signals in some areas. So you kind of have to clarify what it is. I want to casually date and then find the one, not just wait around and be single and wait. I hate you, girl. I hate you. I hate you. With casual dating, obviously, people don't necessarily want to be committal to anything. And they don't necessarily want to, they get into something with like the premise that, oh, I don't want this to grow into anything. So you don't actually nurture anything being in that kind of space. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know when that occasion is.
That's because I wasn't talking to you, Bixby. It wasn't for you to know. It's between me and the guides. See what I'm talking about? This agent right here. Anyhow, yeah, I think just kind of like clarify what it is that you're looking, because what you're speaking about are two actual like different things, and it's a little bit of mixed signals. Okay, it's a little bit of mixed signals. Refine it just a little bit. Yeah, refine it just a little bit, and I'm sure the universe will be able to kind of like bring something in that's a little bit more aligned with the refined thought, you know. I know that Brownie posted her question, so I'm going to try and find it. Okay. Thank you for sticking around, Brownie. You did actually wait it out as well. I appreciate you. Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's because the signals aren't all the way clear as well. It's because the signals aren't all the way clear as well, to be honest. I can't lie. You gotta get the signals. I'm sorry, I keep getting screamed at in my head that I need to ask you if I'm in. What? Fuck. Sorry. Who's creepy? Who's creepy? Who's creepy? Oh. Mm. Interesting. How would you guys put it, guys? Oh. They're saying to me a series of unfortunate events are about to unfold. It's not necessarily that you are in danger, you per se, but the environment around you is about to become very volatile. This is for you, Charlie. Sorry. Yeah. 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 I'm not too sure. What they're showing me with the situation, I'm sorry. What they're showing me with the situation is I wouldn't say fire, but it is like burning bridges towards something. I wouldn't say fire though. I wouldn't say fire, but it's like burning bridges towards something. A series of unfortunate events. Oh, interesting. Okay, these are the things that are closing out this 2022 chapter for you. It's going to be pretty intense, to say the least. It's not necessarily sort of like physical danger, but I feel a spiritual attack coming. I'll put it like that. The message I kind of got earlier is that someone is pissed at me and going to light my house on fire. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say you know what, it's so funny that you've just said that, right? About so it doesn't, so when things, so sometimes, okay, so for me, I had that happen to me back in 2018, right? Hey, Astras. I had that happen to me back in 2018. Somebody actually, because they received their karma for the way that they treated me, I received my karma basically for them receiving their karma. So my karma, their anger and anguish towards me manifested in a house fire basically. And whilst I was like, I had my candle, because I make candles as well. Whilst I had my candle on my ancestral altar to protect another friend, those spirits also teamed up and intercepted the channel of protection that I had in her space, because she didn't have anything, like nothing. And she was like hypersensitive at the time, because we both just like fully activated together at the time. And the house fire happened. They didn't have to do anything. Like they didn't actually like light anything. But it manifested itself. So their anger. So like these emotions are spirits, basically. They move, right? And the spirit, literally within 20 minutes, my whole room was like burnt down. This was like when I was like staying at my mom's, like after my partner and I like decided to go back to our parents to be able to sort of like save to buy the flat that we were in at the time. Like, so sometimes these things will show up in different ways. Do you see what I'm saying? So it may not be a person like literally taking a match to your house, but it may be tension where yes, girl, yes, definitely put a protection spell around your place of protection. Like since after that experience, we're like, now I'll put some shit all time. Okay. Black salt is good, so you can like write out your intentions for your home, and you can burn that intention, and you can basically like mix it in some Epsom salt with pieces of charcoal as well, to kind of like turn the coloring of the actual salt dark, and your intentions gets embedded into that. So that's a good protection spell to keep around your house. And a good thing that you can do is utilize a protection sigil as well. Like I literally have sigils for most shit. Okay. Yeah. Like, and yeah, charge it with a protection sigil as well. And that will just seal the deal for you. Okay. That part. But yeah. Sorry, Brownie. We're going to get into your stuff. My bad. Write it out and burn it with salt. I may have charcoal. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, please. Tiger's Eye is very, very good for that as well. And make sure you have, yes, make sure that you use those crystals around you. Make sure you have those crystals around you when you're sort of like charging this intention as well, and you're writing the intention down as well, just so that you can have the stuff. Oh, sorry, Katie. I'm sorry, my love. It is a bit of a night tonight. We're going through some stuff, okay? I have been on for a while, 100%. I've been on for a while. I've been going, but you know, the guys got me out here trying to figure it out. Okay. Yeah, I did sort of see your message. Are you okay to hang on for a little bit, Katie? Because I've already got Brownie's question up and I actually started Brownie's question, right? Are you okay to hang on for a second? I'll do Brownie's question because I've already got it up, and then I can answer your question. You can always come back later and watch it if you drop your question in, if you can't hang out for the question because you've already sent me a donation. Okay. And I did receive it. I actually did receive it on the Cashapp. Yeah. Trust me, it's better to know, beautiful. It's better to know because then you can be prepared. Right? Because I didn't know. I was ignorant to it, and it happened spontaneously. Oh, Katie, I don't know if she's gone. She didn't answer my question. How does Leo feel about me? How does Leo feel about me? Leo is my crush. Okay. How does Leo feel about Bernie? How does Leo feel about Bernie? Yeah. So it happens though, isn't it? When you're an agent, obviously there's other agents as well that's out here trying to take you out, man. It's a harsh world out here. So sad. Oh, thank you for that, Mina, as well. I just saw you think. I don't know. Katie, I think is left. Because I know that Chaley's here. Okay. Okay. Clarify for me. What does this mean? Right? She's left. Oh, okay. That's fine. I guess when she comes back in another time, we'll do a little session for her. I wonder what it is. My mind's always so curious. I told you guys, I'm that cat that is going to get killed by my curiosity, okay? I'm always curious. All 9 of my lives will be gone from curiosity. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you, man. Thank you, beautiful. Now I'm curious about what it is that she wanted to ask a question about. So much so that she wanted to sort of donate to put her question out there. Did she put a question out there? Dang, she didn't even wait. She put it out there and just left. I'm praying for some patience. I'm gonna pray for some patience next time. Okay. Anyways, let's clarify this, guys. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything for her either. That's why I was like, okay. From what I can see on the situation, my love, I don't that he's at a place. I don't think that he's at a place just yet where he's looking for anything romantically with the situation. I don't think that he wants anything romantically with the situation from what I'm sensing with it. And I'll tell you why. I think that there's still other factors going on. There's other distractions going on with the situation. There's other distractions around him kind of like taking place. I don't think that they have the capacity to be able to actually like let you in romantically. I think that they the dynamics would just be completely different. The dynamics would be completely different. As attentive as they are, as compassionate as they are, as kind, as general, like all of the qualities that you like about them now, whilst you guys are friends, that changes. That changes. They're not the same way in a relationship, unfortunately. I think that they're a little bit like they're not that affectionate. Sometimes they can be a little bit cold or come across a little bit cold because they're not super affectionate. I don't know that you guys are compatible relationship wise. I think that that's the thing that they're sort of like saying. I don't know that they would actually be able to sort of like meet your expectations in terms of what you're hoping for in terms of relationships, right? I do think they also have some baggage that they're sort of like dealing with as well in terms of their own family dynamics and situations as well. Romantic situation isn't necessarily even something that they're sort of like giving too much thought about at the minute because I don't think that they have the capacity for a romantic connection right now. I think that they have so much going on in their lives at the minute that the romance side of things is one of the areas that they're willing to sacrifice to just kind of get back into a place of balance with the whole situation. Yeah, I don't think that they want a friend anything more than the friendship at the minute. Okay, what's the advice then for Brownie in navigating through the situation? Okay, thank you. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so they're saying pay attention to the this could be the one red flag. So what I'm seeing in the situation is that you like him for the way that you like them for the way that they are, right? In the friendship dynamic that you guys are kind of like navigating through at the minute. And like, truth be told, you know somewhat what they're like in relationships, and you low key, as much as you love them as a friend and you like them as a friend, you care for them and all those types of things, low key, you actually know that you guys aren't necessarily like a good match, romantically speaking. And when I say a good match, it's not that, the friendship is great, right? The friendship is great, but the friendship can get tainted with the romance side of things because they're not necessarily going to be able to meet your romantic expectations and vice versa as well. I think that there are certain romantic expectations as well that they have that might be tricky for you to be able to kind of like meet, because they require a little bit more flexibility. Let's say that a little bit more flexibility, right? Because they have a lot of bad habits when it comes to romance, right? So yeah, pay attention to the red flags in the situation, right? This is like your kind of like you're warping the dynamic that you guys have now mentally based on the friendship situation right now, but going into it romantically, it wouldn't be the same at all. It would be a completely different experience. It would be a completely different version of both of you guys in the situation. And yeah, the guys are saying this situation is better off as is, and I think that he isn't necessarily looking for anything committal or otherwise at the minute anyways. I don't think that he's looking for a romantic situation, but they're saying, you know, continue to work on your self-love and respecting yourself, and just positioning yourself to be open for the right person to fall into alignment with your experience of you loving yourself, basically, and they can come in to be able to love you in reflection of the way that you have learned to love yourself, right? That's the best way that I can put it. But yeah, I think that, yeah, they're saying like this would be no honeymoon. It wouldn't be a honeymoon situation at all. Like, and then you guys would lose the friendship as well, over like wanting to basically like test the waters here with the situation, right? So yeah, either keep the friendship or try a messed up relationship that will end the friendship anyways. Those are your options, basically. I would say Epsom salt. Himalayan is great for other factors, but I find Epsom's powerful. For and if you can, I don't know, if you can get some hyssop, like, to eventually throw in there as well, like hyssop herb, that's good for banishment and protection as well. Let's be safe with a friendship. Yeah, that's what I thought, brownies. That's what I thought. Okay. Oh, dude. No, you're good, beautiful. You're good. All good. Right, Mina. If you don't mind, can you check if they like me as a... Yes, they do. No, they do. They do like you as a friend. I can tell you that straight off the bat. And I think that that's why they don't want anything else beyond that. I think it's because they respect you as a friend. I think it really is because they respect you as a friend. So yeah, they're doing you a favor, not subjecting you to their bad romantic habits. Okay. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Thank you. You're good, Mina. I'll do your question and then I'll dive and head off. Okay, that's great. But yeah, you guys make good friends. You're good. Sorry, Rennie, I'm not taking any more questions. Look, I've been here for like 3.5 hours. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed soon. I'm literally just doing my last question now, and then I'm going to head out of the space. Okay. Sorry. That's it. It's all good, Brownie. Thank you for sticking around. I hope that, you got what you needed from it. Okay. Right. Let's see. Mina's question, final question to close out the space. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that it was helpful. Right? Okay. I can't believe it. I made it to the list even after sleeping at such a critical time. Listen, that's how amazing God is, right? God's like, do you know what? Even if you got the sleep in, the sacrifice for that sleep is that you may have to be last on the list, but at least you got there. Okay? God is good. Snap to that. Save me from falling in the deep end. Yeah, because that's a situation. I think yeah, it would have really ruined the friendship, to be honest. And I think you guys have a stronger friendship than you would likely have a relationship. Do you know what I mean? I think the relationship would be very shaky because he has a lot, like, there's a lot of bad habits in terms of romance there. And I think that would really you'd be inclined to take that personally. I'm speaking to Brownie here as well, right? You'd be inclined to take that personally, but that's just their natural traits. That's their natural characteristics in romantic relationships, and they haven't evolved through some of these patterns just yet. So yeah, like, yeah, you'll be safer in the friendship dynamic. Okay. I can imagine your guys literally woke you up, Mina. I can imagine they literally woke you up and was like, Mina, the list is about to get like annihilated. We weren't sure if you were actually going to come back into the room. So I can imagine my guys have been doing that to me lately as well, which has been funny. I jump up and I'm like, what? Who? Where? But it's because I'm like, I'll go to sleep and I'll set them as my alarm. I'm like, right, guys, this is what I got to do tomorrow. Can you wake me up at this time? And then they start to try and wake me up, but then dang. I'm like, 5 more minutes. I treat it like the snooze button on my phone when my alarm goes off. I'm like, 5 more minutes. They did that to me like yesterday. And I was like, I was half an hour late for work. I work from home, so it's not a bad thing. But yeah. I was like, oh snap. No wonder the sleep was so good at that time. I'm starting to hear mine more like that. Okay, listen. It's interesting though. Let's go ahead, Mina, and unpack your question, seeing as the guys woke you up specifically to sort of come into the space and unpack it. What are current thoughts or feelings of Muhammad Hassan towards me? Thank you so much for your precious time and energy, my love. It's all good, beautiful. It's all good. We're going to start with the thoughts. We want to unpack the thoughts with these energy cards, actually. What are Hassan's thoughts towards me now? Let's make it clear. Hassan's thoughts towards me now. It's clearly, oh, thank you. Oh, interesting. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Okay, well, what are the feelings then? What are his feelings on the situation? Oh. Okay. What are Hassan's feelings towards Mina in this situation? As clearly as you can, please. Okay. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna break it down to you, beautiful. His anger's grown. His anger's grown. His anger's grown with the situation. And I say anger, but it's really frustration, really. That's kind of like feeding the anger, to be fair. He's frustrated with the situation, like this stormy little weather that you guys are kind of like, that's how it feels, right? It feels like a little stormy weather towards the relationship dynamic that you guys were building before. And his frustration with the resistances that he's meeting is now, it's starting to brew. I know that it's been brewing for a while, to be fair, but now it's starting to actually like, he's letting himself feel these feelings, because I think out of respect for you before, he wasn't allowing himself to feel, the frustration of the disappointment and stuff, because he was kind of like, again, respecting your feelings and kind of like prioritizing that, but in acknowledging his own feelings on the situation. I think that from what I can see with the situation, he's frustrated, and he feels the situation isn't necessarily manifesting in the way that he had hoped. So there's no strategy moving forward. It is going to be a little bit hostile in terms of the environment. And it's ironic because his actual feelings towards you on the situation is to give the relationship a chance. He wants to be able to kind of like be in the thick of it with you. He wants to be able to kind of like focus on building something. But I think as well, like, it's interesting because even with that situation, even with that situation, I don't know that he's fully ready to be able to like build a relationship, if that makes sense, because obviously that's what he wants, but I don't know if he's really like ready to do what it takes to actually like build a relationship. Do you see what I'm saying? And I think that that's the situation that's going to need to be dealt with. I think that that's the situation. I believe that that's the situation that's actually being dealt with at the minute. Okay. But those are his feelings. He's hoping as well that you know, you can let go of some of your control so that he can also let go of his control, because he's basically having to force like whatever he can control in the situation or whatever it is that he can control in the dynamics, which is to basically like withdraw himself. That's something that he can control, right? So like the feelings on the situation is that he's hoping that you would relinquish some of your control in the situation so that he could just let himself be what he really wants to be, which is engaging in the possibility of building a relationship, even though I don't know if he's fully ready for what that actually entails for you per se, in terms of your personal circumstances and what it means to be a partner to Mina as she is, right? What's the guidance for Mina in navigating through the situation then? Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, they're saying the guidance for you is that there's no need to worry about the situation. Just continue to remain positive about this no that you guys are sort of experiencing right now. Don't think so. Don't think so. He is ready. You are so a point as much as he wants it. I also feel he isn't ready for it. He's not. I think he would fumble it and you would basically be collateral to his process of fumbling to get it right. Do you see what I'm saying? Like he'd have to fail a few times to basically get it right. So thank you, beautiful. Thank you. But yeah, they're saying don't worry, remain positive about the yes, the no that you guys are experiencing right now. The yes is a possibility to kind of like come in divine timing. Now isn't even necessary. The fact that he's actually even navigating through all of this hostility and like battling with his inner feelings and the turmoil of everything, it just kind of like further validates, like this is the universe validating to him exactly why he's not ready, but he's not even actually seeing that himself. But yeah, his feelings are that he hopes that you guys can actually give the relationship a chance. His thoughts are that he's a little bit like hostile at the minute because things aren't necessarily going his way. Guidance for you is to not worry about any of it because it's really not your problem, basically. Just continue to remain positive and let things kind of like unfold naturally and reveal to you what you need to learn and see, right? But that is pretty much everything, beautiful. On that note, I am going to drop the mic. I'm going to drop the mic, guys. I can't believe that I've been in here for almost 4 hours. They've been giving me like hella long shifts these days. Don't you think, guys? I'm coming in here for 90 minutes. I'm gonna go hang out with the posse, and then they come and I'm in here for however long and stuff. And it was so funny because before I told you guys, before I actually started, the light flickers over by my water, and they're like, "It's time. We're ready for you." I'm like, "Okay, y'all, that's nice. Can I finish eating? Dang." But no, I'm okay. I'm okay, beautiful. I'm feeling okay to sort of get off. I'm probably just gonna go and unplug basically from all the energies. The week has been okay. I'll tell you, the week has been like so much. Like I've lived here for like over a year, but I hadn't like decorated because I wasn't really too sure about whether or not I wanted to make it a home or if I was going to be focusing back on the home that me and my partner are actually sort of like moving back to, especially seeing as obviously like we know that little one's coming in the next couple of years. It was funny, right, Chaley, because oh, I love you too, Mina. Oh, it was funny because Junior came in earlier this week, and me and him, like, he came to give me. So that's the little one that you predicted, like, very so accurately because we've been talking about this as well. Do you know how long? I'm like, I was having a conversation with him the other. I was like, you just keep telling everybody about your arrival. When are you going to actually get here, my love? He's like, yeah, I've already given you my timeline already. So you know when I'm going to get here. Like, he's so cheeky. He's so cheeky, right? But yeah, he came and actually, he gave me like an awesome download for like a deck of cards. So eventually that's going to manifest later on in life. I'm not in any sort of rush to sort of like get that done. But I thought, oh, you came bearing gifts, but he came to like give me like a confirmation of his actual timeline and gave me confirmation of like basically what he pretty much wants me to be doing. He's like, and you need to get this together, and you need to get that together. And I'm like, okay. So now I'm decorating. Because it worked perfectly fine for me before. Okay, but I think we might actually sort of like have a little vibe for at least oh yes, for sure. For sure. Honestly, the deck that he kind of like gave me downloads on, I was like, oh, this is an amazing deck. Like, this is very, very useful. Like, oh, it's bomb.com. I can't lie. I was like, oh my God, I love the fact that you come bearing gifts. Okay, because this was my whole thing, right? Before, my whole thing was like, people are like, oh, I want to have kids, right? What do the kids do for you? Okay, you do all these things for the kids. They're so demanding. Don't get me wrong, I love my nephews, okay? I love being an auntie. I'm the fun aunt, okay? When they know Auntie Kima's in the building, they go crazy, right? But I give them back. So it's fine, right? I like that dynamic. But then I'm like, well, what happens when you have to take yours home? And they, they're like that. So I guess he's kind of like showing me that I guess they have their own qualities as well, and they have their own value. Okay. Oh no, I am. Like I teach my little nephews like so many different values as well. Like last time when I had them on the weekend, we were working on respect and we were working on sharing because oh God. Yeah, we were working on sharing and we were working on no manipulating. Okay. Like, because there's so many like spirits that I'm seeing that they're already formulating contracts with in the young little prime ages that I'm like trying to help them unravel these contracts beforehand. I'm like, no, we need to work on sharing. Okay, we need to work that out so that competition isn't necessarily a thing. We need to work on like respect. You respect me just in the same way. I'm never going to disrespect you just because you're younger than me and I've been here longer than you. We respect each other equally. If you take your respect and redirect it, you might get that same sort of energy, like literally. Okay. So I treat them like adults. I was so tempted to have the conversation with my 7-year-old nephew, but I didn't want to like step on any toes as far as like his parents to be like, so you do realize that now you're responsible for your karma because your conscience is now set in now that you're 7. Like I really wanted to have that conversation, but I had to be respectful, obviously, boundaries, you know, I'm only the aunt. But then I got excited about the fact that those are conversations that I can have with my own kids, right? In preparation for this world at large. And then I'm like, yes, that's what we'll do. We'll build our own so we can make better people. It was like a whole thought in my mind, guys. But no, it's okay. I say that to my eldest one. Exactly. Exactly. You know? Yes, man. I'm telling you guys, it's very, very interesting. But the world that we live in is evolving. And for the most part, because I'm such a cool and fun aunt, they don't realize that they're learning, which is even better because then it automatically shifts the dynamics. I had to, like, one of my nephews, I had to teach him about the difference between tricking and lying. Okay? Because he's like very heavily involved with a little trickster spirit, which can really, really basically tie you into contracts with the spirit of narcissism later on in life. So yeah, I'm like working covertly because I can't be direct, right? Before they go home and say to their parents, Auntie said I got demons. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Okay? So I never share with them what I see, but I do just ever so gently nudge them in a different direction so that it's not something that like people don't understand how like these like, because my nephew, he loves to like play tricks and stuff like that, and I'm like, that this isn't a trick, that's a lie. That's a whole lie. And it can be very unhealthy. So I have to like literally just, yeah, I have to teach them little things, man, because I'm telling you, like when these little trickster spirits like become adults, right? When they grow into adulthood, by then they've learned so many other ways to sort of like maneuver, like tricking and shape shifting and all of that kind of thing. No, not on my watch. Ain't nobody got time for that. Okay, like the world's already like a certain type of place. Okay, we want to make sure that we kind of reshape the lineage. No, I'm telling you, Mina, right? I think that was, I think once I realized that I couldn't necessarily parent someone else's child how I would like to parent, that's when I was like, okay, cool. Send him down. I'm ready. I'm ready. Send him down. I need a child to be able to like rear in this way so that they themselves can actually like go through the process of actually like evolving before they even get to the place where these types of don't get me wrong, obviously they're going to have their own like trials and tribulations that they're going to have to navigate through, but I tell you what, they'll be equipped with tools. Okay, they'll definitely be equipped with tools. Like whenever the very first time they probably meet the suicide demon, they'll be like, my mama said that you a cloud chaser, Mr. Suicide Demon. She said you're the only demon over here. Whenever anybody gets into trouble, you just always showing up. It's gonna be like that, okay? Like that, because I like, so oftentimes we take so many of these like little situations for granted. But like seriously that's when I was like, okay, send them down. I'm gonna leave these ones here. I'm gonna leave them behind after I leave so that they can continue my work and they can continue to like, you know, evolve throughout the process and, you know, get people on that rhythm of like rectifying these contracts with these spirits that really actually like are only out to serve themselves. They make it out like you're getting a good part of the deal as well, but you're not really. Like later on in life, you're not. Those deals are only serving when you're young. Do you know what I mean? When you're young, when you haven't found your voice, when you're still shy, when you're still insecure about so many different things. They don't serve you when you're confident and know who you are, know your worth, and like they don't serve you. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's the thing, like they keep attaching themselves like little parasites because they want to be needed. And they, it's just the way that it is. But yes, on that note, I'm gonna love y'all and leave y'all. I literally went and talked for an extra however many minutes, but I really love you guys. Like genuinely, this is the one place that I can like fully be myself, no filter. I don't have to think about basically like reading someone's energy or anything and they're not comfortable with it. Like I appreciate you guys like genuinely for like accepting me the way that I am, because it allows for me to be able to grow into more acceptance of myself as well. Okay. Oh, I love you too, guys. I hope you guys have a dope ass week this week. Okay, we're in December. We've survived 2022, y'all. Okay. Trust me. Okay, during this year, there was a lot of self-mastery that ascended to the next level where people were taken out of this realm and they had to go and work on it in spirit. So yeah, we still got work to do. So continue just being awesome, y'all. I love you guys. You're just so amazing. Thank you, guys. Not yet. I know. I literally thought about that. Because look at me choking on it as well. December is one of those months as well. Okay, anything can happen in December as well. It can kind of like be one of those types of vibes, but hopefully we're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be like growth, progression, and more power. Okay, beautifuls. I will catch you guys next week. Hopefully, I think we're actually going to be live probably on Saturday again, to be honest. But look out for the memo anyway. Put it in the community. Okay, guys. Love you guys. Mwah. Good night, y'all. Or morning. Damn, it's like 2 a.m. here. So wherever you are, whatever time it is. God bless you too, Mina. God bless you guys. Take care, guys. See you then, Charlie. It's around, guys. Bye.